We're starting. Okay, Shalom Israel. Hope everybody's doing well today. Khan, same here with the brothers and sisters out here. Hope everybody's doing well today. We're back at it again for Shabbat. Hope everybody's doing well. Shout out to the Truth family, Kawakab, and his congregation. Hope everybody's doing well today. Okay. Shout out Stream of Wisdom, Kazaki in Virginia, Quad Zap in Houston, and Zion in Rochester, New York. Hope y'all brothers are doing well as well. We have we're getting everybody set up for Feast of Tabernacles. I know we're a little ways we have a little time to get to it, but we're getting there soon. So for those of y'all who are coming, make sure you sign up your paperwork and get things registered. You gonna say something? No. But we're gonna send our prayers and we get ready for class today. Hope everybody's doing well. Ready? Majim? Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Ha-ha-wa-ha. Nothing
Award.
Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the light this day. Thank you. So be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua.
Ha-ha-wa-ha. Nothing Rayach. Nayachaka. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us sweet savor. Thank you. So be it.
Majim Waponya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Shem Yahushua. Ha-ha-wa-ha. Nothing Shabbat. Shalom. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the Sabbath in peace. Thank you. So be it.
Okay. Psalms 121. Anasya, Ayanyamya, Ahoria, Ma'aya, Yabu'a, Isaiah, Yabu'a, Yahweh, Sha'isha, Shemayim, Waratiza, La'a, Yanathan, Ramawat, Regalia, Yala'a, Nawam, Shashamaya, Hana, Yala'a, Nawam, Wala'a, Yashon, Shashamamah, Yashua, Yahweh, Shemaya, Yahweh, Tazaria, Ayo, Yanyamya, Yad, Hashemash, Yala'a, Akaya, Bayawam, Wala'a, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashemaya, Makor, Rai, Yashimor, Napasha, Yahweh, Yashimor, Abalakia, Wabawaya, Ma'aitha, Wa'ai, Ivalam,
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes into the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Aman.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad. Shema Yahshua. Yahweh. Eloheinu. Yahweh. Echad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Okay. Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Chodash, Haya, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wafka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka, Haya, Aisha, Baratiza, Kawa, Haya, Bashemayim, Nethananawa, Lacham, Ko, Yawam, Wasalachanawa, Khawakinawa, Khatsalakinawa, Khawakinawa, Wala'a, Fabianawa, Bonasawan, Abo, Hawashanawa, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahathaparaz, La'awalamia.
Amen. Lord's Prayer in English. Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'a, Lahaya, Laka, Alahaya, Achaya, Ayo, Hanya.
Thou shalt know other powers before me.
Number 2. La'a, Ta'ayna, Laka, Hasal, Wala'a, Ta'aybada.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. La'a, Falach, Sham, Yahweh, Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take unto thee the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabat, Laquadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad, Abaka, Ya'amaka.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a, Tharatazak.
Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a, Thana'a.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a, Tagana.
Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a, Ta'ayna, Shakwa.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a, Ta'chamat, Ko, Asherah, La'araika.
Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Blessed
are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel, you shoving?
Everybody seated?
I would do better, Samson.
There you go.
That's the last time.
No, it could have been. It could have been just that one situation.
True, but I would take it. I would change it. I would fix it.
Okay, y'all. We're gonna stay back on our topic in Nehemiah. We've taken our time in this class
Can you get it?
because there's a lot of information in this topic that we need to take our time to explain. Okay, that's why we're like a lot of times we can't get past a chapter a day. But it's important that we take our time to really paint the picture of our struggles and kind of just go into detail about what we were really going on and what we're going through during our reconstruction period.
And what I like about these topics is they really end up being like movies. They're really narrative based. They're visual. They're clear. Because in church when we hear the Bible, bro, I just read the Bible.
But it's so important. They become movies, or it feels like that when you take your time.
Yeah.
To really paint a picture about what's going on. And I think as students and teachers, we're such in a rush to get through content. We're such in a rush to just knock out our preordained chapters that we don't take the time to get everything out of each chapter. I think if we focus on that, there's greater lessons and messages for all of us.
And I believe too that when you're able to slow down, and you can see how a lot of people may feel like because the Bible was written 2,000 years ago, 2,500 years ago, that it doesn't have today's relevance. But the same spirits are on the earth today was the same spirits that was on the earth back then. The same issues that man has. Man's issues and flaws hasn't changed since the time he's been on the earth. So there's the Bible, the word of the Most High is still relevant historically, prophetically, as it is today as it was back then.
Okay.
You know, it's not something of antiquity, like it's too old to be relevant today. It's actually more on point than we give credit for.
No doubt. So now we're in Nehemiah chapter 5, and just a quick recap for chapter 4. We, as a nation, we overcame a major obstacle with the threats of the nations. We had the nations in its entirety surrounding us with the threat of killing us and doing everything they could to stop the construction of the wall. Mm-hmm. We're a little way past halfway at this point, and the threat of the nations, whether it's the Samaritans, the Ammonites, or the Tyrians, Zidonians, or the Philistines, or the Syrians, whoever it is, Edom, Moab, that threat has kind of wiped away and vanished. Now there's a quick sigh of relief that we don't have to physically go to war with these enemies that have been pressing us to the point we had sleepless nights. We were on constant high alert.
You know what? That is a relief. To think about it, it's like when you live in a real bad neighborhood, and you finally get at least some police, or you buy some weapons, or you have some better
alarm
neighbors,
systems,
or you have some alarm systems. Like, there is a peace when you're living a condition that's very dangerous.
You put the black bars on your windows.
You gotta get the burglar bars out to keep them burglars out.
Yes.
Right.
So there is a quick sigh of relief in chapter 4 after we had faith, we prayed, we locked in as a nation, and together with faith and prayer and good works, the Most High eliminated, or at least distracted, these nations enough to where they didn't execute this war or execute this attack on the city like they threatened to do. Now you would think, with that being the case, now Israel can exhale. Now we can smile and just finish off this wall like it was nothing. But when you read in chapter 5, things go from strenuous and stressful to more strenuous and stressful. Like out of the fire, the fire. What do they call? How do they say it? Out of the pan into the fire. Out of the frying pan into the fire. Right. That's what it is. So the frying pan is hot as hell, and you're under fire. You're going from a difficult situation to an even worse condition.
Or from bad to worse.
Yes, from bad to worse. Because the frying pan, that means you're cooking.
Yeah. And
you go right from that frying pan directly into the fire, meaning things have gotten even worse. So now we're not, but the pain and stress isn't necessarily based upon war and immediate death. Now we're dealing with the strain and the stress that comes from an internal pressure.
Right. Because at first it was a mockery. Like, what do you guys think you're doing? Yeah. You know, a fox could go lean up against the wall and the wall's going to crumble.
Yep.
It was mockery. Then when they saw the seriousness of it, then they started making threats. Then they started scheming, kidnapping, you know, putting people to death, snatching people off the walls, you know, at night. Yep. So it's been progressively been increasing, like you said, as far as trying to eliminate. And that's what negative spirits do. The more you try to take a step forward, the more negative spirits are going to try to pull you back.
And that's the point. Hold that. Give me Romans 7:21 to bring on that point. Because this is what we're going to see, this constant push and pull that Nehemiah and Israel that's trying to do a good work. Yes. So it's like trying to do a good work.
The stakes are getting higher.
Or is this constant? We take one step forward, 2 steps back, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
Mawala, Shar Shabbatah, Ban Yehoda, Ban Yasharala.
Mawala, Shar Shabbatah, Ban Yehoda, Ban Yasharala. I'm much. Yahweh Hashem Yasharala.
Yahweh Hashem Yasharala.
But
yeah, as you was explaining it, Shams, I wanted to make sure I brought right in with your point, because when there's good, evil is always present. Okay. Especially when you're trying to do good works. This was a major move that we had to experience to get our borders secure and to reestablish our position in the world, so to speak. Okay, so this was major, and for every step forward, every brick that was going put on this wall, there was always an obstacle. But from until this point, most of those obstacles came from foreign nations.
Okay.
Okay, there wasn't a lot of blowback from the nation when Nehemiah came down, especially when he had that backing of Artaxerxes. For the most part, Israel was backing him, and there was no fight.
Yeah.
Now we're here, and we're going to find out where this disconnect comes from.
And can I say this too? And that dynamic is also akin to when I do good, well, why does my life get harder?
Yep.
That's what people say.
Yes.
That's what we all say.
Yep.
Then it's also akin to when Israel was released from slavery in America, quote unquote, chattel slavery, and then things get hard. Because now you gotta think, you gotta put things together, you gotta put plans together, you gotta put ideas together. You have to think, you have to work together and structure together.
Yep.
So it was easier just being in slavery. A lot of slaves didn't want to leave the plantation because they didn't have to think. They didn't have to see, your life's already organized and set up for you. It's like people in jail. They're used to being in jail. Once they leave jail and they progress to the world, man, now this is too much responsibility. There's too much going on out here. Mm-hmm. When you try to make a step forward, it does intensify.
And that intensity is good. So now, where good is, evil is present, right? You finish that verse, right?
I didn't even.
Let's read that. We're going so fast. Read that real quick for me.
7 and 21. Right?
Yes, Romans 7 and 21.
Come. Romans chapter 7 and verse 21 reads, I find then a law that when I would do good, evil is present with me.
Paul is like, I find like a damn law. Whenever we try to take a step forward in good, evil is always going to be right there knocking on the door.
Yeah.
And this is something that Paul has experienced in life. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure we all experience the same process. We try to make major moves in the spirit. We try to make strong moves in your family and your household. You look up and what ends up happening? There's always some kind of blowback. There's always some kind of arguments. There's always some type of negative that you're resisting against in the process of moving forward. So Nehemiah and Israel took a major step forward to get to this point. And now we're going to see in Nehemiah chapter 5 what are the new obstacles that are presented to him after this next major feat moving forward. So let's get now to Nehemiah chapter 5 and verse 1.
Let me ask this question. So the walls are built completely? Or
no, the walls are a little, it's from chapter 4, it was halfway built. Mm-hmm. Okay, and that was 8 foot wide, thick I should say, and it was 20 feet high.
Okay.
Now, when that happened, these nations came in and tried to stop the work. Okay, the work wasn't stopped though. They kept going, and the nations relented. So now they're still going in construction. They're still moving forward. They're trying to finish the job. But as they're trying to finish the job, the only things that wasn't finished, they didn't finish the wall, and all those gates are open.
Yeah.
Okay, all those huge wood gates from the north to the south have not been completed. We'll go into that later. So let's read chapter 5, verse 1, so we can stay on topic with what's happening.
Come. Nehemiah chapter 5, verse 1 reads, And there was a great cry of the people and of their wives against their brethren, the Jews.
So now there's yelling and there's despair. When the wives are crying and they're screaming and families are screaming, you know there's a problem. And you can hear these screams in the city. So it wasn't just this one mama screaming. It was screams, and it was literal pain coming from these families and these homes. And Nehemiah is starting to hear this cry. Like, what's going on? We just dodged a major bullet. Why are people crying? Why are mothers crying? Why are families in some type of tumult when there's no war going on? Okay?
That's a good question.
So, read on.
Verse 2. For there were that said, We are sons, and our daughters are many. Therefore we take up corn for them, that we may eat and live.
So they're saying, listen, we need corn to survive.
Yeah.
We cannot do, we have to eat something just to get by. Okay? Just to get a backdrop of what's going on. When Nehemiah brought everybody together and brought this construction scenario together, say, hey, we all got to come together and build this wall. It was a greater sacrifice than you would have thought. Because in order to get this get this wall to get done, there had to be significant sacrifices made.
Yeah.
People had to come off their jobs. People had to come off their crops. People had to come off the tending to their flocks. So if you're not tending to your flocks, for instance, it's hot outside now, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's been a rainy season. So my grass was green as hell. Now 2 weeks kicks in, I ain't water my grass. Guess what starts to happen? Well, the grass starts getting brown.
Yeah.
Burnt. It starts to burn up. So if I'm not tending to my grass on a daily basis, there is a good chance that my grass could die. The weeds. You want the weeds to die. Let these weeds die. Let them all die.
I think the weeds
Let the weeds in my backyard die. I be banking on the fact that the summer dries out the nasty stink sunflower weeds. I wish they die. But the stuff you really need, the grass and the stuff that you might try to grow, if you don't pay attention to it on a daily basis, there's a good chance that it can die and spoil. Yes, sir.
I was gonna say, especially if you don't have like tall trees to block the sun out.
Come on.
You know, from it.
Yeah, from the sun penetrating.
Yeah.
Come on. And I don't. I listen. The one tree I got in my front got
Disease?
Yeah, it got poisoned, man. It got poisoned, man. So only a couple of the branches are healthy, and the ones right in the middle, they coughing. I can't develop no green, man. I can't get it out of it, man. I'm sick. So the middle tree, the middle part's all jacked up, so the sun go right through it. What am I trying to say? If you don't tend to that grass, if you don't tend to your crops over time, everything you worked for from the beginning of the planting season until harvest is going to be gone.
It's neglect.
Well, but you know what the problem is? This is an aspect of what sacrifice is. Because all these Israelites that are in this city, a lot of them weren't living in the city. You're going to read later on that most people weren't even inhabiting the city. Most of them were living in the fields. So their occupation and their basic survival was from their agriculture and their crops. So Israel made an all-in move for the nation's sake. And like what we don't even understand about, when we sit back here and do it for the Most High and do it for God and serve the Most High, what we don't realize is it's at the cost of your personal comfort.
Wow.
Because everybody here is sitting back here saying, you know what? I got to put my comfort aside, my farming business aside. I got to set aside my crops for the sake of the body, for the sake of Christ, for the sake of Israel. And you know what? And this is the consequence sometimes when you make the right spiritual call for the unity. We hear a lot of people talk about unity and coming together. Coming together cost. Coming together cost. And this is why a lot of men don't even stay in these realms, because the cost is too much for them. A lot of Israel don't want to be inconvenienced. They don't want to sit back here and lose their resources and access to their resources. So they go push their direction. But this is in a microcosm, the challenges of coming together for the unity and the blowback that comes behind it. So now we have these people saying we have our sons and our daughters, and we have a lot of children, and we got to feed them. We got to survive.
But
even though we're out here busting our tail 24-hour shifts, lifting boxes, lifting stones, throwing away old stones, getting mortar, burning our bodies out for the right thing, we still got to eat.
Can I ask this question? Is this walking by faith?
Yeah. But walking by faith doesn't mean that there is an absence of obstacles and an absence of challenges. When you read in Deuteronomy chapter 8, I'm not going to go there, the Most High said, listen, when you was in the wilderness, you didn't hunger.
Right.
You didn't thirst. He said that, but were you kind of thirsty?
Yeah.
You wanted to drink. It wasn't like I was sitting back here and didn't have one parched throat the whole time. He said you had enough to survive. So did you want water and didn't get it? Yes. But me wanting something and not getting it is another thing. You wanted it and just didn't get it when you wanted it. But I gave it to you when you needed it.
Yeah.
He's letting us know what? When you serve me, you still got to suffer. A little bit. But on the back end, you're going to get it back.
Yeah.
I'm just setting up the tone. Read verse 2 again.
Come. For there were that said, we are sons and daughters are many. Therefore we take up corn for them that we may eat and live. Some also there were that said, we have mortgage.
So first of all, what are we dealing with? We're kind of in a town hall meeting type setup. Everybody's crying. Everybody's complaining. Everybody's together. So Nehemiah is trying to find out what's going on. So some group is saying, man, we need corn. We don't have enough damn corn. Then the next person is like, listen. The next group is saying, listen, we have mortgaged our lands.
Now, what does that mean?
Mortgage means to pledge.
Yeah.
To mortgage my land back in those days means I have pledged to somebody else that they can have my land for some damn corn.
Does that loan car? You know, you guys
Title
are really
loan.
bad.
Title loan.
Yeah.
These are bad.
Yeah, title max.
Dog. They be like, we're gonna cut off predatory loans.
Yeah,
but
right.
But black people have to, and Latinos especially too. We all have to, like, if you're at that point, you're at that point. Title loan it is.
So title loan is. So now you get a BS title loan, you got to pay $220 a month. That's like another car note.
Yep.
On an already paid off car.
Yeah.
And then you can't do it. They hunting for that car. They want that car. They hunting for it. And they gonna get it. They gonna get it.
I got $2,000 when I went to
And
Thailand.
then Jay tried to sit back here and hide it in the garage.
That's how you do
They
it.
put it in the garage.
Open that garage. No.
If you're smart, you give them a location where you live on the other side of town at.
Yeah.
So they're on the south side and you on the north side.
Yeah.
That's how you survive by it. That buys you like 6 months. Longer. What's the point I'm trying to say?
And my phone's in the basement. Call myself.
So here we are. Let's get back to the point. So, some have a shortage of corn.
Yep.
Some have sit back here and mortgage off their lands. Read verse 3 again.
Come. Some also there were that said.
So hold on. Before we go any further, verse 1 and verse 2 is telling us there is a major what shortage?
Food shortage.
There is a major food shortage. Why is there a major food shortage? Everybody's in the city serving the Most High and putting their life on the back burner for the body. And the ones that are putting their life on the back burner for the body, they can't tend to their farms. They can't sustain themselves.
That means your personal household is going to fall.
So you quit your job for the work. And this is the battle that we all face. For those of us who want to serve the Most High, a lot of times you're going to come last. This is the part of the game. So these individuals put the Most High first, and now their backs are against the wall, and their food is short. There is not enough food to go around, and the food that they're cultivating at home, their harvests are about to go bad. Because you can't not look after your food or your crops for an extended period of time and expect them not to spoil. Think about if you're a farmer. Your whole substance for the year is predicated on your harvest. You get one harvest, you get one shot a year, B. And if that harvest goes bad, what you doing? Your money's messed up. Yes, I
was gonna say, even if they was to plant food now,
you ain't gonna see it now. Like, that's my point. This is my point.
Funny now.
It's fun. Listen, it's funny now, but when you ain't got nothing to eat,
That's not
Oh,
funny.
your babies are crying.
and the babies are crying, it ain't funny. But what do? Do you use wisdom like the Israelites to say and just fall back and cover you? Or you make the move to put the Most High first and deal with whatever happens later?
A lot of people will say, I'm justified in saying I got to take care of my family.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's a lot of our people's claim to fame.
Yep.
I got to put the family first. Family comes first. Well, when you're looking at the project of what Nehemiah has embarked on, he's trying to convince these people that your family got to be second.
Yep.
Yeah.
And your family got to be last. And what the Most High's pleasure is got to be first. And that's a hard pill to swallow for a lot of our people, because our people are geared in that family first mentality.
Yep. So now we're here. They made the right move for the spirit. Now they're suffering in the flesh. So now there's like food shortages. Now because there's food shortages, we got to find a way to make some money to buy more corn. So now I got to mortgage my land, my vineyards, and my home, that we might buy corn because of the dearth, because of the lack of finances, the lack of money, the lack of resources. Now I got to go and get it mortgaged. So I got to go to a person who has the money. So I got to go to somebody who has money so they can give me the money to buy the corn to get me through these weeks.
They're building a recession.
But I'm giving these people my title to my home and my property. And my damn
fields.
And my vineyards. I'm giving you title to all my stuff as surety that I'm gonna pay back my loan that you're gonna give me. But the problem is, once you get in bed with the bank like that,
Now you go.
it's hard to get out. So this is what's happened to the people are desperate, so they're going to get loans. So let's get to verse 4.
Con. We didn't finish the rest of that.
I read it, but read it again.
Okay, con. Some also there that said, we have mortgaged our lands, vineyards, and houses that we might buy corn because of the dirt.
There you go. So they're saying we had to sit back and give up our property, which we're not supposed to sell.
Yeah.
We're not supposed to mortgage our lands. Mm-hmm. Those lands are naturally inherited for families to last throughout generations. Yeah. Yes.
Was that the first thing that they did?
We're going to go into it. We're going to go into that's what we're going to go into today. Okay. So let's read verse 4.
Come. There were also that said.
They're also in this town hall or in this town meeting. Read on.
We have borrowed money for the king's tribute.
Because this is the other issue. On top of having to feed your family, maintain your land, you still owe Artaxerxes his money.
Still got to pay your taxes.
You got to pay the taxes because the taxes keep the kingdom up. The taxes pays the armies that keeps Artaxerxes alive. So every citizen had to pay Artaxerxes, and so now they're like, listen, I had to sit back and give my land up for corn. Now I gotta go. Other groups gotta go borrow money just to pay the taxes off. That's the double trick bag.
Yeah.
I gotta go to the bank to get money to pay the taxes, and I gotta go to the bank to get money to pay for just to eat. This is how bad it's getting in the city while we're making sacrifices for the Most High. And this is real because this happens to all of us in the process of putting the Most High first.
You will end up in the pawn shop.
That's real.
Listen, pawn shops,
What do you mean?
pawn shops, loans, IOUs. It's something like that.
Yeah.
You're going to be in one of those or two of them or all three of them.
So family heirlooms, precious items.
I'll get back to them in a month. I'll pay them back in a couple months. Huh?
You got jewelry.
What's the minimum payment?
Jewelry's in the pawn shop. Weapons are in the pawn shop. Televisions in the pawn shop. Lawnmowers in the pawn shop. Cutting grass equipment. Vacuum cleaners.
Yep.
AC units.
Kirby's, they got a bunch of Kirby's. They had a bunch of Kirby's in them spots.
And sometimes you got purses. Expensive purses be in the pawn shop.
Man.
Jordans be in the pawn
Yep.
shop.
with the crease in the middle. Hey, what are them, man? What's them shoes, man?
Size 15 Jordan.
Yeah. They all swollen the top, toes like this, crumbling like that. These are all real scenarios. But for us who are committed to the Most High, a lot of times when our resources are going one direction, the other direction gets neglected. Yeah. And this is what the calamity that these Jews are facing. That you can't give everything equal to all parts. As much as psychologically you want to say that can be done, it can't be done at all times that way. And when you put in the Most High first, that comes first, and other aspects of your life are going to lack and suffer. And that just has to be something that is inevitable in our life. Hell, I remember reading in Kings during the time of Elisha. Remember when Elisha was asked if he can help out the priest or the prophets that were like broken and had to like pay their debt, and he died broken. He had a bunch of debtors, and he was going to put his sons and daughters in slavery. And Elisha came in and sat back here, and all of a sudden through like prayer, the Most High had all the containers in their room filled with oil, to where the wife could pay the debt off that the husband had from being a prophet. And when I read it, I was like, shit, I guess debt's prophets die in debt. And that's okay too. But when we're reading about these servants of the Heavenly Father that are trying to put everything into this temple, they were all hurting. They had to get mortgages. They had to get second and third mortgage on their property. They had to sit back and get separate loans to pay taxes to Artaxerxes. And there's still not enough to eat. Read verse 4 again.
There were also that said, we have borrowed money for the king's tribute, and that upon our lands and vineyards. Yet now our flesh is at the flesh of our brethren.
So now it's getting to the point where they don't have any land to mortgage off anymore. They don't have any vineyards to mortgage off anymore. They still got to pay these taxes to the government. They still need food. What else can we mortgage off so that we can survive?
Yeah.
You got to understand, this was 52 days. Yeah. But they obviously were taking loans early and then taking loans late.
Yeah.
Because they also know that this enterprise killed their harvest. It wasn't that it was just 52 days. This enterprise killed their year's harvest. So I gotta scrape up the money to pay Artaxerxes for the year. I need corn now. I need corn to get me through the whole year.
There's a cost to progress.
And that's the point. So they sacrificed their entire yearly income for this project. Yeah. This is why they're like, we need corn now. We need corn later. We have to pay Artaxerxes. Our lands are already mortgaged. Now we're going to deal with the flesh and blood consequence now. Read verse 5 again.
Verse 5. Yet now our flesh is at the flesh of our brethren.
Is as the flesh of our brethren.
Is as the flesh of our brethren.
What does that mean?
Keep going. Let's keep reading.
Our children as their children. And lo, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters.
So what this verse is finally telling us is who were the ones mortgaging off the lands and doing the title loans. Who were the ones giving the money out to pay Artaxerxes? He says, verse 5, yet now our flesh is as the flesh of our brother, meaning we're brothers, our children as their children, meaning we're family, and lo, we bring into bondage our sons and daughters to be servants to who? Our own flesh and blood. So what is he saying? The elites of Israel were the ones who was giving out these crappy loans, these high interest rate loans. Yeah. These Israelites were taking the vineyards and the lands from the people because they already had the money. Our people, the elites had enough money to pay Artaxerxes in return for what? Your land. So what were they doing? It was a big money grab and a land grab in the entire city, in the entire countryside. This is some damn Bill Gates stuff.
You've created the haves and the have-nots.
I mean, now you got their land now. Now you got the people that still live on the land. They're working for you.
In today's time, we call that a transfer of wealth. The transfer of wealth has now gone to a smaller minority, and the majority of the people are now suffering.
So even if I'm not physically keeping the property, I got you as an indentured servant. Because that's what these mortgage lands will end up doing. You're going to be an indentured servant on your own land, giving me a large portion of your harvest. Now we're making fellow brothers servants. We're sitting back here, and because you need some money to pay Artaxerxes, I'm going to break you and make you a servant in your own land to me. And then, once you can't use your land or your vineyard as a promissory note to me, I'm going to take your children, and they got to work for me for 6 years.
And this
is what's happening in verse 5.
This is what we call loan sharks.
God.
That's the idea of a loan shark. I'm going to prey on the fact that you're short, and I'm going to take advantage of the fact that you're short, and I'm going to use that to my advantage.
And they won't listen, and like Esau does now, Esau takes crisis and makes a profit off of it.
What do they call that? Don't let a crisis go to what?
Don't let a good crisis go to waste.
Yep.
And but who did it first?
Don't.
We want to talk about the predatory loans and all these other people. Slumlords, Esau this and Esau that, and they're taking the land and they're controlling this. Who they learn the playbook from? I ain't gonna say it. I ain't gonna say it. I want to hear the Jew say it. The Jew online and Israel in class. Who did it first?
Our people.
Thank you. I only heard one person say it. I need to hear more people say it. Who did it first?
We did it.
Thank you, Ike.
That's other brothers.
We're the ones that sat back here and did the crappy loans and exploiting our people.
Damn, bro.
This is what verse is. Yet our own flesh and blood is doing this.
Win is a win.
Our own brethren is doing this.
Win is a win, dog.
You got children like I got children. And now my kid got to go to your house and be a slave?
I can't help it, dog.
To your children?
This is business. This is business.
What kind of crap? And you're exploiting a time when Israel came all together to build the wall.
Yeah.
Wow. Bad people.
I'm gonna use the fact that everybody's all in a certain Most High to make a buck off of them and to keep them in perpetual debt for generations.
Wow.
This is how our people roll, right? Yes, can I? I'm crying.
I was gonna say, it makes sense why you pulled up Romans. It makes sense why you pulled up Romans in 7:21, because even in the process of us building the temple at first, there were even some group of people that they didn't even want to work at that time. And then over here, you know what I'm saying, we making a bunch of progress, but then we got people exploiting our own people. So it makes sense why you pulled up Romans.
This is the problem.
Yeah.
We're trying to move forward, and then you got a handful of rich Israelites taken from the poor. The poor that with all the best intentions could have stayed home and kept their lands. Mm-hmm. Now you're gonna sit back and exploit this weakness. Oh, you need corn? Okay.
I got you, dog.
Sign off this document, man.
Yeah.
Oh, you need.
Oh, you already got it printed up.
Yeah, it's already printed up. It's like the Flintstone, like
the bird is having the contract.
The stone contract.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Scripture says deliver all things numbers of weight, brother.
Here's the number one weight, brother. Right here. Oh, you got to pay all the Xerxes, huh? Here you go. You got some debt, huh? That's what I'm saying. You got a vineyard? Here you go. What you got? You got some oxen? Here you go. I need something for. I'm not giving you something for nothing. This is the black Jew. I ain't gonna know about the other Jew. The black Jew's doing this, huh?
Both of them.
We're doing this, huh?
Yeah.
Read verse 5 again, all right?
Con.
Listen, we're trying to be equal opportunity correctors, all right?
Yeah.
The nations are horrible.
Yeah.
But we've done some horrible things too, huh? Come on, keep going, huh?
Nehemiah chapter 5, verse 5 reads, Yet now our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren.
He's like, we're brothers. We're supposed to be family.
What's this about?
Read on.
Our children as their children. And lo, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters to be servants.
He's like, we gotta lose our kids now to be a servant for 6 years? To pay off corn debt? Because we chose to put the Most High first? To rebuild this wall? How is this
It's a
fair?
win for me.
It's gonna be all right,
It's
right?
gonna be all right.
But this is what was going down, huh? After we defeated all these mighty nations from destroying us, and the Most High looked after us. After that mighty victory, we look up here, and now we're facing exploitation by our own people, huh?
In-house problems.
In-house domestic exploitation. Read verse 5 again.
Yet now our flesh is as the flesh of our brethren, our children as their children. And lo, we bring into bondage our sons and our daughters to be servants. And some of our daughters are brought unto bondage already. Neither is it in our power to redeem them. For other men have our lands and vineyards. I was very angry.
Stop.
Okay.
So when it says, neither is it in our power to redeem them. What is that? Well, first of all, I'm sorry, read it says, and some of our daughters.
Come. And some of our daughters are brought unto bondage already.
Because some of our kids already got put in labor camps. Elite labor camps. Or they're working for these elites in some capacity. It's already happening for them.
Child labor.
Come on. Read on.
Wow. Neither is it in our power to redeem them.
So we don't even have the power and resources to get them back. Because we're a debt slave now. We're a debt slave. So that means they're going to be in bondage for 6 years. In the 7th year, you're supposed to get released. So all this is happening.
It's good money though. You're gonna make your money back.
Man, you don't even recognize your baby no more.
And
By the time you get your
all
baby
for
back.
just a batch of corn?
Yeah.
And they're still hungry?
We were hungry, bro.
This is how dirty our people have been. And do you think this is just one isolated incident?
That's exploitative.
Or do you think this is how it's been when we were in our power years before? Jeremiah was saying it was the same thing back in those days. How the princes and the kings were exploiting the poor.
Yep.
Taking advantage.
For furnishing the house with the red
Vermilion. Yeah, and not paying the workers. This type of exploitation has been happening in our community. Then it says, neither is it in our power to redeem them, for other men have our lands and vineyards. What is it saying? You got one set of loan sharks got control of the wine industry. If you got a vineyard, go to that guy.
He give you the best price.
He give you the best price for the vineyards. For land, another guy got the plug on that. And then you want the child labor, this guy got the plug on that. I'll give you a big hit, but if you don't pay it back, I got your kids. So it was a syndicate of different elites that were exploiting the people and their resources.
And what we say, this is the cost of doing business.
Yeah.
As if
We
it's
can
acceptable.
sit back here. We can sit back here and see how Esau uses the gentrification of our neighborhoods to run us out.
Yep.
Because they'll sit back here. The homes are dirt cheap.
Yep.
And what do? They're classified as a historical neighborhood.
Yeah, right.
But when they do that, guess what happens?
That's an immediate 30% increase.
And
taxes.
the tax rate gets so damn high that they can't pay the taxes. And when your area is historic and you can't pay it, then you're going to sell it for dirt cheap. And we got your ass. Then we'll sit back here and put $40,000 into it, and houses like a mansion all of a sudden. Now it goes from being at value $120,000 to now it's a $400,000 property in the heart of the city. People making $250,000, $300,000 profit off of your brokenness.
Oh, you didn't.
And exploiting your lack of money and finances in your home.
And being forced to be relocated.
To an apartment. To some Section 8 shit.
Government housing.
And we sit back here and read about redlining and exploitation of our people, and we're angry at it. And we should be angry at it. But who was redlining first? Who was exploiting each other first? It was us. So when he heard this, Nehemiah heard what was going on. Read verse 6.
Verse 6. And I was very angry when I heard their cry and these words.
He's like, why would you sit back here and exploit them at this level for this? They're all just coming to stop what they're doing. They took the risk of losing their property for the sake of serving the Most High and securing and protecting the nation, to protecting the people that are exploiting them.
Yeah.
Because the elites stayed in the elite parts of the city of Jerusalem. So all this labor force is busting their tail to protect elites that are going to rob and steal the regular and cheat the regular farm people of the nation.
Class warfare.
This is a real problem. It's a damn shame that it was getting this bad. I'm going to read an excerpt in the BKC, Bible Knowledge Commentary, page 683. They said they needed to get grain for food to keep themselves and their families alive. The work on the wall hindered their tending for crops, which is no doubt. So if I can't tender and take care of my crops are going to fail. My entire year income is out the door.
Yeah.
Okay? And this crop failure was called a famine. Hell yeah, it's a famine. Because if all my crops die, I have no way to pay my debts from the previous year, the upcoming year. I can't feed my family. I can't pay my government taxes. But this was an all-in decision that the entire nation made for the Most High and out of love for their people. All the people.
Or which they broke down without a city, getting human traffic, getting taken advantage of, being controlled, being leveraged upon by the nations.
Yes.
As a nation, we're in that position. We're still in that position.
So everybody made a choice to lose so everybody can gain. Because that's what the camp is all about. That's what the body is all about. Everybody loses some so that everybody can get something.
Yep.
That's what a camp is. That's what a camp is supposed to be.
Sure.
And if it's ran properly, the losing is properly distributed so that everyone isn't completely broken.
Suffer.
But there's no getting around for the sake of the unity. Everybody waves the unity flag, but they don't really realize what unity means. Unity means everybody's desires and wants comes last, and the body's wants comes first. That's scriptural. That's what's happening right now. But you have these elites who were exploiting the love that they have for one another. These guys could have sat back here. If the elites were halfway honorable, just could have gave them their corn at a loss.
Yeah.
For the sake of, these men need to eat. They lost their
Resources.
They lost their resources. They lost their income for the year.
Yeah.
Let us come together, elites, and let's give these people here that are protecting us. They're protecting our investment.
Yeah.
They're protecting us from these nations. Let's sit back here and just pay for their food. Pay for everybody's food to get them by.
I'm supposed to take a loss because they ain't got nothing? That's exactly
Brother,
what we said.
that's the point, because we don't care. We don't have a natural compassion for our people. That was what Deuteronomy 28 was all about. Let's go there real quick.
I can't lose behind all this.
Deuteronomy 28. Listen, the Most High is showing us. When we sit back seeing the worst of Esau and their predatory lending and their loans and their high interest rate loans and them screwing us over, He's showing us how we did the poor.
This is your game.
He's showing us how we did the poor of our nation. Everybody wants to be angry at the nation. They're just looking at, oh, that's how you do it? We're going to do it this way too.
Check.
We'll do it this way. I'll do it even better. We'll keep you broke forever.
We'll be more methodical.
We'll put more shit on paper.
Yeah.
And more organized with this.
Yeah.
Shit, bro.
It's systematic, if you will.
Brother, where it says, trying to find
The tail.
28. No. Just about the hatred towards his brother.
Oh, okay.
64, I think. No, not 64. Not 6. I think it's 50.
56.
Yeah, 54. 28 and 54. Read that.
Come, 54. Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 54 reads, so that the man that is tender among you and very delicate, his eyes shall be evil toward his brother.
I think screwing people over on bum interest rates is evil. It don't get no eviler than that. More wicked than that. And that's part of that evil that we had towards our people. Crappy interest rates, taking their lands, taking their mortgages, keeping people in perpetual debt, taking their sons and daughters to be slaves for them. It wasn't just high interest. I'm taking your children from you to be a slave for our people, for our own nation. That was against the law, bro. So
You know what's so sad is that our people will look at in our foolish mind frame, it's a favor for a favor.
Yeah.
You know, we use that term, you know, you scratch my back, I scratch yours.
yeah,
You know, you take care of me, I take care of you.
Yeah.
You know, we don't look at it as doing something for free or doing something out of charity, which is free. Meaning I don't get anything out of return. I'm just helping you for the sake of the fact that you have need. One verse I want to hit is 1 John 3 and 17. 1 John chapter 3 verse 17.
Come. All right. You said 1 John
3 and 17.
3:17. Come. 1 John chapter 3 and verse 17 reads, but whoso have this world's good.
Stop. He said, whoever it is that has this world's good, the world's good is resources.
Yeah.
He said, whoever it is that has this world's good, if you got resources in your possession, read on.
Come and see if his brother have need.
But you watching your brother have a need, but you got resources. You got things that can alleviate your brother out of his poverty. But you got the resources in your possession, but you're holding your resources back contingent upon what you're going to get in return. Well, you know, I know you got a need, but what we do is we try to find an advantage off that need. Well, what you going to do with that TV you got in the house? I know you need something from it.
that's what you call a supplanting.
Yeah.
That is supplanting.
Yeah, but you know, we ask that question and retort. What you going to do with that car you got outside? You know, what you going to do with that, in this case, what you going to do with them 16-year-old? You got them strong boys at the house.
Yep.
And I got these crops over here. So yeah, I know you need some food.
Yeah.
What you going to do with them young strapping teenagers you got over there? Well, how about you bring them over to my yard, because I got some work that need to be done. But it just can't be for free, though. He said, whosoever got this world's good, read on.
And see if his brother have need.
Read on.
And shut up his bowels of compassion.
And that's what I do. I close my ability to have compassion, meaning I don't look at you as a brother. I don't look at you as family. I don't look at you as a loved one. I close my bowels of compassion, meaning I don't have no mercy on you. Neither do I have any pity. I don't pity your condition. And that's what a lot of people have lost, is the ability to pity somebody else's position. There's no pity when it comes to your position. I don't feel bad that you feel bad. I don't feel bad that you're hurting.
Yeah.
I don't suffer I don't feel like
I ain't losing no sleep.
I ain't lose no sleep in the fact that you're suffering. There's no compassion.
Winners and losers in life, dog.
It's a dog eat dog world.
Yeah.
Read on. It's a survivor's game.
Yeah.
Read.
Come. How dwelleth the love of the Most High in him?
And you know what's missing in that individual?
The love of the Most High.
The love of the Most High. And you know what's being exposed in Nehemiah is the fact that we didn't have any real love for each other. It wasn't even just the fact that the enemies didn't have no love for us. We didn't have no real love for each other.
Even back then.
Even back
We
then.
always say, man, remember the good old days?
Yeah.
The black
Well, you know, it was a time when you could borrow sugar from your neighbor. You borrow, you know, some flour, some sugar, some resources, some ketchup, some bananas, some bread, some meat. You know, it was a community thing. You didn't borrow much. You had to give it back when you can, but it wasn't this, I'm just going to not care about you at all. I'm going to just leave you hungry. Now I'm going to watch you starve and your family starve, but I got resources. What's missing is the love of the Most High, man. And we get exposed. Poverty is what exposes the fact that we're selfish.
Yeah.
Because you'll never know that was in us if the other person didn't have the need.
You're right.
You never know how selfish we really are until somebody asks you for something.
Wow.
So that poverty exposes what's really in us.
Isn't there a scripture that says poverty will never be gone or never?
It's Deuteronomy chapter 15.
Yeah.
It's Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 11.
Yep.
Come. Deuteronomy.
Yep, that's the one.
15, verse 11 reads, For the poor shall never cease out of the land.
There'll never be a time when there's no poor folks in the land.
And that's how the Most High shows where the rest of Israel's heart is at.
That's how he keeps everybody honest.
Kinda. That's how everybody's made honest. How you treat the people who just can't figure it out, who keep stumbling. They are a reflection of the elites. And when the people that have choose not to commit to the ones who have not, that's how they're judged. That's how the Most High judges us. And they're taking a scenario where these people weren't just broke. They were just living check to check. They were living season to season to pay their bills.
And they weren't being irresponsible with their money.
They weren't. They were sitting back here living season to season and just made an all-in move for the Most High. And they got exploited off that. If you didn't want to mortgage your land, what was the next play? You had to sit back and pay these crazy debts, cash. And if you couldn't pay them off, you had to give your kids up. So you was giving your land up or your kids up. Which one are you going to give?
And you've already borrowed against the tax money.
Kinda. You borrowed against the tax money, and now you need money for corn. We were pitting them against the wall where there was no way out. Either they'll give up their son for 6 years of labor or give up their land.
And you know what happens in the drought? You know what happens in the drought? The price of things go up.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
Because, you know, our people take advantage of a drought. You know, these corn...
We're living in
these corn
times, you dig?
6 corns used to be $1.50. Now 6 corns is $4.50.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, we living in an inflationary time.
Yeah, it's a drought right now.
I got 5 kids to feed.
Yeah.
Remember, what was that movie? It doesn't matter.
All the Schwarzenegger.
Yeah. I got 5 kids to feed, man.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But our people would do that. He said, read that 15:11 one more time.
Come. Deuteronomy chapter 15, verse 11 reads, For the poor shall never cease out of the land.
Go ahead.
Therefore I command thee, saying, Thou shalt open thy hand wide unto thy brother.
He said, you supposed to do what?
Salakia. Open thine hand wide unto thy brother.
You're supposed to open your hand all the way up. The reason why the Most High got to let you know that your hand's supposed to be open wide is because we want to pinch our hand closed. And we want to grip our fists and only give out and squeeze out a nickel or squeeze out a coin or squeeze out something that can help alleviate their problems. He said you're supposed to open up your hand wide, meaning you're supposed to give your brother exactly what he needs and don't hold anything back.
Yeah.
But what we do is we'll hold our hand halfway open and say, yeah, you know what I'm saying? That's like, you know, like when somebody give a bag of chips and you open a bag of chips and you say, hey, man, you want some chips? and you like open your hand up, and you like
and you control the chips. Yeah, you grip on the majority of the chips, and the whole chip don't fall out.
to the back, you shake out a little bit,
But you control the chip like this. You let the rest of them fall out.
and then they try to grab the bag. You like, no,
I'm controlling the chip distribution, brother.
Now you can't reach in there. I'm gonna drop a couple of chips out to you.
That's real.
Because we try to control how many chips come out of that bag. But the most I say, you just open your hand wide, meaning when you want to give somebody something, you give them the bag and let them take what they want.
Kinda.
But people don't have that mentality because we're always in a self-preservation mind where I got to take care of myself. I got to preserve myself. I got to look at myself and make sure I got enough to make it through the month or make it through the year. So we would draw our hands back, and the Most High is watching that, and He's saying, "What? You supposed to open your hand? What?
Open thine hand wide unto thy brother, to thy poor, and to thy needy in thy land."
It says anybody that's poor, especially that's your brother, and they're poor in your land and they needy, you can't hold back what you got when you got resources. It's wrong in the eyes of the Most High to withdraw and restrain your resources for your people.
Kinda. Start at verse 7 in Deuteronomy chapter 15.
Come.
This was part of it, man. I just.
Oh, okay.
Verse 7.
All right. Deuteronomy 15, verse 7 reads, "If there be among you a poor man of one of thy brethren, within any of thy gates in thy land which the Lord thy power giveth thee, thou shalt not harden thine heart, nor shut thy hand from thy poor brother."
And what's crazy, this circumstance in Nehemiah ain't even like a regular person's poor circumstance. Like, they're sitting back here and became poor for the work.
It was for a good cause.
It was for a great cause. They became poor to sit back and reinforce the walls out so the nation can be protected. This wasn't even a regular circumstance where Israel just blows off the poor.
Business is business.
It was just, this is the worst we could do.
You know, we say, you know what? You had the same opportunity I have.
Yep.
You know, it's your fault that you blew your.
You don't have no
resources.
money saved. You ain't listen. So this is almost like an attack against the middle class that became poor because of their dedication to the Most High.
Okay.
So he says, see, that ain't talking about this verse. Is just about the person that's just poor and just can't figure it out.
They fell on bad times.
Kinda. So he says, don't harden your heart. You know how we harden our heart towards the poor? I keep focused on how many times you messed up, how many squandered opportunities you had. And you squandered this opportunity, I can't help you. You messed up this many times, I can't help you now. That's how you harden your heart. I'm justifying why I shouldn't have to assist you.
Wow.
You say you made your bed.
You made your bed in the land. I saw you do this. You blew this money here. You blew this opportunity here. You was careless with this resource here. That's how you harden your heart.
Or we say you didn't listen.
You didn't. I didn't give you counsel. I told you to put money in a CD. You didn't do it. You didn't put money in an IRA. You didn't do it. And look at you now. Now I can't help you. That's how we harden our heart. Is we make and justify reasons why we don't want to come out of our pocket and help.
Correct. Check that by your foot.
So it says, nor shut thy hand from thy poor brother. Read on.
Come. Verse 8, "But thou shalt open thine hand wide unto him, and shalt surely lend him sufficient for his need, and that which he wanted."
He said you had to sit back and give him what he needs, despite his failures, despite his mistakes, despite his shortcomings. Read on.
Verse 9, "Beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart."
Is it very important point?
Yeah.
Because listen, brothers be having the temptation now. They just don't want to sit at the wrong time. Like, listen, I'll help you, but they're waiting for you to say, "Well, I really need it bad, man. I really need some help." What you gonna do for me? Because listen, I'm not gonna be straight up with you and just do straight up business and be fair about it. I want you to be at max desperation so I can get max profit. Something about that too.
Well, here is you're just giving for free. You ain't getting nothing out of it. Listen, Most High, listen, man. Stop being wicked and give him what he needs and go live your life and trust that I'll cover you back for what you gave to him. This is really, giving to the poor is really a faith move.
Wow.
It's really faith.
It look like that.
Me giving to you, you know you're going to get defrauded. You ain't never seen this money again. This money
Please
gone.
pay it back.
This money is gone. And accept it's going to be gone.
Yeah.
And then the Most High is going to reward you in a different way.
Lose that money for that friend.
That's the point. That's how you have to look at it.
Yeah.
Any other way, you're going to get logical and you're going to harden your heart and get over. You'll be itemizing your ass off. Huh?
Yeah.
You'll be thinking and double thinking and triple thinking.
Yeah.
You say, I gave him something last week. What did he do with it?
Wasted it.
I saw him at the liquor bank.
Yeah.
There's actually a liquor store in Cali called the Liquor Bank.
For real.
Yes, it's a liquor bank.
It's like a nice place to be.
No, it's not. It's not very nice. But it's a liquor bank. I saw him at the liquor bank. So we took a portion of my money that I gave to him and drank some food, and he got some ripple with the rest.
Yeah.
You know he's gonna do the next thing next with that money too.
You know, it's harder to say, you know, here you go, than it is to say, you know, it's easier to say, well, what you gonna do with it, or tell me what you gonna do with what I'm about to give you, and I gotta determine whether if I decide that's a good enough cause before I yield and give in to what you asking me.
Everybody's guilty of that, bro.
It's either what you gonna do with it, or let me think about it.
Yep.
Let me think about it. I'll get back with you. The minute somebody say that, you might as well say no. You know what I'm saying? Because why you gonna leave somebody in suspense?
Yep.
Like leave somebody hanging on the cliff, on a cliffhanger. Like, you know, I think about getting back with you. Man, the food got to be eaten now, bro. We hungry right now.
Let me ask my cousin.
Yeah, like we hungry right now. Like thinking about it, we starving right now. But that's what we do. We put people on hold, on pause, or we need to give them a detailed breakdown about what they're going to do with the resources. Tell me what you're going to spend it on.
And listen, check this out. Check verse 9 again. Read verse 9.
Verse 9, beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart.
Because this is how we think. Read on.
Saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand.
So listen. So I'm going to tell you this. The 7th year release, Israelites was getting no money. They were getting no loans, right? On the 7th year, right? Because he says, in your wicked heart, if it's the 7th year, you ain't gonna loan him nothing because you know he ain't gonna pay you back.
He's not.
He gonna pull the 7-year card.
Yeah.
He said, "Don't be like that." He said, "Because you know, 7th year is 6 months left in the 7th year rule, brother. I'm free of giving it back." So he says, "You can't act like that. If he needs it, give it to him." Because he says, "You gonna sit back here and wait until that 7th year is over, so you get a whole new 6 years." Of working off this debt back. That's what he's saying. You know or not.
The 7th year, the year of release, is at hand. And thine eye be evil against thy poor brother.
For your eye to be evil, I see the worst in him. And I'm looking at a worst case scenario. He's going to exploit me and hustle me and take my money from me and not pay me back. So I ain't going to pay him. I ain't going to help him out because he's going to pull the 7th year release card. So why give it to why give him a chance to take advantage of me?
Yeah.
That's an evil eye.
I did that one time, dog. I'll never do it again.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm preempting your hustle. You gonna hustle me? I'm gonna divert that and beat you from hustling me. He said, "Don't have that evil eye."
You can't hustle a hustler.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's what we said.
Listen, when I read supplanter, that's supplanter to me. Listen, you could be a supplanter on the right-hand side, or you could be a supplanter on the what? On the left-hand side. It's both. Listen, Jacob supplanter for the right hand, for righteousness. But you know what? But also, Jake be supplanter on the left-hand side. That's what we do.
Y'all survived, bro.
Israel on the lower, Israel that's broke, they hustle. Israel on top. Take advantage of people. That's how they hustle. We were supplanting before everybody else was.
Yep. Ecclesiastes chapter 29, verse 4.
We'll get back to here when we're done.
Yeah. Ecclesiastes 29 and 4. Because it's on this point that Warren's making, because this is a common theme with our people. Read that.
Ecclesiastes chapter 29 and verse 4 reads, Many when a thing was lent them,
It said many when a thing was lent to somebody that was in need. Read.
reckoned it to be found.
Meaning, it was impossible to get it back. It says all of a sudden, the thing that I lent, they don't remember. All of a sudden, to reckon means to remember.
Oh my God!
I don't know what I did with it. I don't know what I did with it. Man, are you sure you lent me that?
I thought this was mine.
Yeah, I thought you should have. I didn't have that already.
Tripping,
man. You got to tell me when. I don't remember when you lent that to
Man,
me.
what verse is that again, man?
It's Ecclesiastes 29.
Yep.
Verse 4.
4. I was at 14. Okay.
So he's showing you how there's an amnesia that our people receive when it comes to borrowing and lending.
Yep.
We catch amnesia. He said a lot of people they forgetful and they be like, I don't remember you actually. I don't mind giving it back to you, but I don't recall you giving it to me.
With all due respect, brother.
With all due respect.
With all due respect.
With all due respect. I don't recall that was lent to me. Read.
Come, many
Y'all
when a
done
thing
that,
was
bro.
lent them,
Yeah.
reckoned it to be found,
And all of a sudden they forgot that it was borrowed. Read on.
and put them to trouble that helped them.
But I'm making it hard on you. You the one
The lender.
You the one that pulled me out of trouble. You the one that lent to me and helped me in my condition of need. But now that you need it back and you're in a position, I forgot that you lent it to me.
So listen, what is Shem Shawan saying? That the person who receives the items makes it hard on the lender to trust that what they're giving them is going to come back. Both answers, whether it's in Deuteronomy 15 and 9, and the person who has the resources to give is apprehensive on giving because he don't think it's going to come back.
There's a fear.
Now we're in Ecclesiastes 29 and 4. The person who's receiving things a lot of times doesn't give back what was given to him.
You don't remember.
Both answers are true. But either way, we have a responsibility to give anyway. That's the point. Yes, the person who lends has a hardened heart because he doubts if he gives him something, it's going to come back.
Fearing to be defrauded.
He's fear, but you know what? He has a right to be afraid because a lot of people that get things don't give them back.
Yep.
But that doesn't let anybody off the hook to still give. And that's why I said giving and lending is about faith. Because if you go on logic will always say you don't do it.
Do not.
Don't do it. It ain't coming back, bro. You can kiss it goodbye.
Yep.
That's why it's faith. Even though you know it's not coming back, you still got to do it. Because you can out-logic yourself all damn day long. Because I've been on a bunch of Israelites who won and never get back. Just like the scripture says, it was like it was found. Like the Spirit gave it to me. No, this person gave it to you. There was a physical person gave it to you.
Found.
God, eh? Like the Spirit blessed me. It's the truth. What you got more in your verse?
It is. Read on.
Come, verse 5. Till he have received.
It said when a person until he get it from you. Read on.
Till he have received, he will kiss a man's hand.
He will beg and beg and beg.
Brother.
He'll call. He'll
Brother.
beg. And he'll give you the most complimentary soliloquy.
Yes.
And petition that he can give you. He'll do whatever it takes to get it from you. Read on.
Come, and for his neighbor's money, he will speak submissively.
He said he'll speak what?
Submissively.
You know I need this back by next Friday. Oh no, don't worry about it. It's coming back on Thursday. Matter of fact, I'll give it to you on Monday.
Oh,
don't worry about it. It'll be back by Friday. Trust me. I know you said Friday. Trust me. It'll be back by this weekend. Don't even hope by the time you hold your breath.
Brother, it's already in your hand, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's already in your hand.
Yeah, it's already back. Yeah. Consider it done. But that's what our people do.
That's real.
Our people will tell you whatever that you need to hear so that you can give it up.
They're gonna hype it. They're gonna hype how expedient they're gonna give it back to you.
It's a desperate promise.
Yeah.
It's out of desperation that they say they're going to do something and take care of you, but you taking care of them, but they say they're going to give it back. Kiss your hand, make whatever petition they can, speak submissively, no worries, don't hold your breath, it'll be back before you know it. I got you. That don't work. You know what I'm saying? Before you look up, it'll be right back in your hand. You'll never consider it missing. Read?
Come. But when he shall repay.
It said, but on the flip side.
Oh my God.
When it's actually time to repay you.
This is real.
When it's time to actually get back what you have been given. Read?
He will prolong.
He will do what?
Prolong.
All of a sudden, something came up. You know, situation, circumstances. Something came up. You know how things is. You know I got caught off guard. You know I'm gonna hit you back. Just give me some more time. I need another week.
I didn't anticipate.
You said by Friday. I said I told you I need it by Friday. You say you have it by Monday. Now we working on a whole nother month.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna keep my word. Watch. I'm gonna keep my word. Watch. You gonna get it. I got you. Give me some more time. He said we'll do what?
He will prolong the time.
He said our people is masters at needing something and be quick to ask for it, but when it's time to return it, that time gonna get extended. And you know I get paid. You know I get a bonus. I get another check. I get an extra check. Just wait till we get to payday. And I'm gonna push it off. I'm gonna push it off. That's how we deal with our people. Right? That's how we deal with our brothers. Right. So of course it leaves a negative imprint in giving. Of course it leaves a negative imprint in extending yourself. Because the nature of our people is quick to ask, but slow to return. Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
No, I was gonna say, bro. I remember I had lent somebody some money at the mall a lot. Dude worked at a shoe palace.
Mm-hmm.
Gave him because he was trying to give a gift to his mother. So he told me to go. If he asked me a favor, so I was like, okay, cool. I went to Bath and Body Works, got him a candle for his mother because it was her birthday. It was like $10, and I charged it on my card. And then I brought it to him, and he was like, "Hey, appreciate it, man." I was like, "So when you plan on coming back to give me the money or whatnot?" And like, he ain't really have like an answer for that. I'm like, "So you got Cash App? You got this and that and third or whatever?" He's like, "Oh, my Cash App is messed up." My Cash App is messed up. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, "How is your Cash App messed up, man?" You know what I'm saying? You can send
it's a signal.
Re-download it.
But it was those scenarios where I had to sit back here because before he even gave me the money, I was like, he probably might not. I was already thinking of the notion that he might not pay me back,
bro.
And that was one of those scenarios.
And I bet he avoided you ever since. He probably avoided you ever since. Like the plague.
He never looked at.
He's not looking at you. Looking in the opposite direction.
Don't make eye contact.
Do not do that. Do not do that.
And you be behind him at Chick-fil-A while he ordering. You're like, go ahead, and make it 2 number 2s there since you get a number 2. Yeah. Finish that, verse 5.
You know what gets me out? When people get new shoes out after you loan them, that gets me every time. So let's hook you up, bro. Okay, cool. The bro got new fit, everything's fresh. Got zippers on. Got zippers on.
There's zippers on that. There's zippers on that.
Because you got zippers, you know you're doing good.
Zippers on the fit.
Oh my God. Kind of, but keep going now.
But when he shall repay,
it said, but when it's time to repay. Read on.
He will prolong the time.
He said he gonna add time on top of time and ask for an extension. Yeah. Wow. I need an extension. Read.
And return words of grief.
And he's mad that you asking him about the money you owe him.
Yeah, return words of grief.
He's mad that you hitting him.
I told you I was gonna get you.
Yeah.
Why are you mad at him?
You keep bugging. Why you keep bugging me? But I'll let you the money.
I know. You told me a time and you didn't get back on time. It's crazy.
Or you're going to hear a tragedy, a story, a tragic story. You're going to hear a sad song.
Story.
It's going to be a sob story associated with the return of it. It's always a sob story. It's a sob story. It's an extension of time. It's words of grief. Man, I hit a roadblock. All these things fell out at a certain time to where I couldn't get you back and keep my word. Read on.
Come. he shall hardly receive the. My fault. It says, in return words of grief and complain of the time.
It said, and you know what? It's too quick because I got these other things coming up. I'm gonna need an extra extension. It said, but when that's why you can't look at the Bible as something that's written a long time ago. Man, this is valid today.
Kind of.
The Bible is valid for our day's time frame because people haven't changed. People been doing this 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 years ago. They've been doing the same thing over and over to people when it comes to blending and borrowing.
And this is what the Most High even knew in the poor spirit, even when he was writing or had Moses write Deuteronomy 15. He knows Jake has the propensity to sit back here and fluff off and screw you over and not give back what they promised. He knows that. But he still said, even though they might not pay you back, you can't operate with a hard heart, a hardened heart or a wicked heart. You still can't do it. Knowing Jake and how Jake rolls.
It's no justification on
you don't think the Most High knows how Jake rolls? He knows how Jake rolls. And knowing how they roll, you still can't act like that towards them because you have a hardened heart. And that's the check on both sides.
And that lending is where people turn cold.
You're right.
That's when people start closing up their bowels of compassion.
So that mentality of trust no one is
that's where it comes from.
Consider a hardened heart.
Yes.
God.
But the T-shirt, did you?
Smoking a cigarette like a cigar. Like this. Trust no one, man. Trust no one, man.
Who do I trust?
Me. He's in the water. He's in the water.
Yeah, in the tub. Like.
Yeah, that's the shirt on.
Read that
verse 6. Verse 6. If he prevail.
It said if you let him get off the hook and not pay you back, if you don't stay on top of him and stay on top of the time, he gonna win. He gonna keep pushing it off and pushing it back. The repayment. Read on.
He shall hardly receive the half.
It said if you don't let him off the hook, you be lucky if you get half of what you lent in return. You're lucky if you get half of what you lent. You should be happy if you get 50% of what you lent. Read on.
Come. And he will count as if he had found it.
He said, man, you know what? I found it, man.
I came up. Yeah, I came up.
Yep. I found it, man.
The Bible's true.
I found what you was looking for, what I lent you. I finally got it, man. I misplaced what you lent me. It came up somewhere. But he had it the whole time. But our people will borrow and then buy time to pay back. That's what we do. We borrow and buy time. We want to extend. We need extensions.
Yeah.
We need bill extensions, rent extensions, loan extensions. We want extensions. Wow. But that'll put a sour spirit in a giver.
Yep.
It'll leave a sour taste in somebody's mouth for somebody that actually is trying to do some other people good.
And the only way to neutralize that sourness in your heart is to give for free. With no expectations.
And don't expect it in return.
Knowing the Most High is going to look after you. Yeah. That's it.
That's the only way that giving is a win-win situation.
Kinda. That's it. Any other way?
So when you give it to the godly.
And that's how it says give to the godly, man.
Yeah.
That's the one defense Most High gave to us. Huh?
Yeah. That's the one insurance
exactly
that we have on the things that we give is that when we give to the godly, the Most High said, if he can't pay you back, the Most High pay you back.
And that's the key. Give them to the godly. That's how you protect yourself. John, you got more than that?
That's it.
Let's go back to Deuteronomy 15.
We don't believe it's godly.
What's that?
Oh, the godly is the people that are sacrificing.
They're trying to serve the Most High. Yeah.
Oh, I got you.
And that's why, because we're supposed to give to the godly, man, these creditors should have sat back here and just gave to us on the free.
On the free. Because we trying to build a temple.
They just wanted corn.
That wasn't asking for much.
They just wanted enough food to eat and sustain themselves. Yes, sis?
So when you say give to the godly, like the people that are out with their signs, we don't know if they're godly.
No, we're not talking about them.
Yeah.
We're talking about the people around us that are trying to sit back here and serve the Most High and do right by one another. Okay. Those are the ones that we're obligated to sit back and extend out to and be there for.
I'll still hook them up sometime, but I'll still.
I'm not gonna
No.
say that. I'm not gonna say anything. You can't. Don't
Don't you
say
say
Don't give them nothing. I'm justified because the wall said that. No, I'm not.
In the heart, he said,
Window goes up.
You tell me something.
We're gonna do a sign.
No, I'm not saying that. If you got it on you to do it, cool, man.
I read that in Galatians 6 and 10 on Wednesday because the same question was asked. Same question was asked. Read that in Galatians chapter 6 verse 10. Same question.
Galatians chapter 6 verse 10 reads,
Yep.
As we have therefore opportunity.
Yeah, you have opportunity.
If you have the opportunity.
If you have opportunity, it may present itself at any time.
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Let us do good unto all men.
If you have opportunity, it says, let us do good unto who?
All men.
Read on.
Especially unto them.
It says, but you're supposed to have a distinction and a preference. And it says especially, which means exclusively. To them specifically, most importantly, to them that what? Yes, sir.
So it's saying not only to other people, but it also to.
No, it's saying not also too. It says especially.
Especially.
Meaning your interest, especially as a personal interest. Your main interest is supposed to be to who?
Especially unto them who are of the household of faith.
So these are the ones that you make sure that you give your good deeds to. That you, if you're gonna go out of your way or make yourself uncomfortable, let it be for these individuals, because you're not supposed to cast your pearls before swine.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to give that which is holy unto dogs. So, but if you're doing good, if somebody's on a corner, thirsty, hungry, and you got it, what does it hurt to help them in their time of need?
Yep.
But when it comes to actually substantial resources, your main interest should be who? The household of faith. Mm-hmm. That should be your main interest. That should be the focus. So that's why he says, especially them. They have precedence of where your resources go. You prefer them because they're believers. And that's why the Most High said, give to the godly man. It's not a problem. You try to do good to everybody, but you give your resources in what's valuable to the godly man.
Okay. So let's continue in Deuteronomy 15. Let's do verse 9. We're gonna read verse 9 through 11 again.
Come. Deuteronomy chapter 15 and verse 9 reads, Beware that there be not a thought in thy wicked heart, saying, the 7th year, the year of release, is at hand, and thine eye be evil against thy poor brother. And thou givest him naught, and he cry unto the Lord against thee, and it be sin unto thee.
So this is the situation. Even though we know Israel has tendencies to take advantage of one another, we can't use street common sense a lot of times in dealing with Israel, with the people that are trying to do the right thing. Because we'll sit back and still keep this mindset even with the godly. We can't operate with that. Read on.
Verse 10, Thou shalt surely give him, and thine heart shall not be grieved when thou givest unto him.
And you can't be vexed when you give it. You got to accept, hey, if I give this and it's gone, it's gone. I'm okay either way. Read on.
Because that for this thing the Lord thy power shall bless thee in all thy works.
This is why I said it's a faith move to even give like this. You got to trust whether the brother comes through and pays back or not, or he pulls the seventh year release card. Whatever the case, whatever technicality might pop up as to why a person might not come through for you, you got to understand the Most High is going to look after you and bless you for your love and how you gave, and because you didn't give grudgingly. That's why we
not
give
just
blessed.
the giving.
It's how you
the
give.
Spirit of the giving.
You can't be grieved when you give.
Wow.
You can't be vexed when you give. You give, it's gone. It was for the right reason. Move on and keep it stepping. Don't overthink where, why, who, what, when, where, why, and how. especially if they're the household of faith. Read on.
And in all that thou puttest thy hand unto.
Mm-hmm.
For the poor shall never cease out of the land.
It's going to always be poor. There's going to always be battles that people go through in the process of their lives that others are going to be required to come through and help them in.
Yep.
That's how we're defined in the truth. Read on.
That's how the Most High can dictate who believes and who doesn't.
Come.
Therefore I command thee, saying, thou shalt open thy hand wide unto thy brother, to thy poor and to thy needy in thy land.
Okay. So we're going to let that verse go. Let's go real quick to Exodus chapter 22, verse 25 and to 27. So Exodus chapter 22. (25 through 27). Now I'm gonna read this BKC real quick, and just go into this real quick to kind of reset the vibe of the point we were driving in Nehemiah chapter 4. It said they said they needed to get grain for food to keep themselves and their families alive. The work on the wall hindered their tending their crops, and their crop failure was called a famine. So within 50 days, that could ruin your crop. And it did. That enterprise with the wall ruined their crop.
Right.
Okay? So it said, second, others had grain, buying it from others. But to get it, they had to mortgage their fields, vineyards, and their homes. This is crazy. Third, others, not wanting to mortgage their property, had to borrow money from their Israelite brothers to pay property taxes to King Xerxes. This problem was compounded by the fact that they were charged exorbitant interest rates by their own Hebrew brothers. This led to a fourth problem. To repay their creditors, they had to sell their children to slavery.
Golly.
And it says this, of course, left them in a hopeless state. Because in their mind, the reason the Most High was so mad at this, the crazy thing is, in their mind, they'll blame the Most High for this.
Yeah.
They'll blame the Most High for their condition being so difficult. Versus realizing the real culprits were the ones in the position of power that could have winked at the needs to cover the corn.
Expenses.
And even to cover all the Xerxes, they could have said, listen, man, pay it back in 6 months. Pay it back when you get back on your feet. I'll just take this hit later on.
Or pay back
They
half.
could have,
Cool. Or pay back half.
or pay back when you can, when you sit back and get your next set of crops. That was the only way they can only really pay it back.
Yeah.
If you lost your crop for the year, how are you paying anything back?
You're not.
Your income is done for the year.
Your crops, that's your
yearly income.
Yeah, that's your income. That's what your commodities. That's your resource.
That's all you got. So you lose that year, you got to wait another year to get back on top. That's why they were losing their lands. Because they had to sit back here. They was going to be in perpetual debt for multiple years to get out of this rent. But read Exodus 22, verse 25. 22 and 25.
Come. Exodus chapter 22, verse 25 reads, if thou lend money to any of my people that is poor by thee, thou shalt not be to them as a usurer, neither shalt thou lay upon him usury.
And we're going to read that they weren't just charging them for a fee, they were charging them interest rates on top of this.
Come on.
It wasn't just you owe me and I'm going to take this land because you owe me. No, I'm charging you for what I gave you plus interest. They were charging, we're going to read it later on, it specifies the interest rates that Nehemiah told the elites to cut off.
No.
Okay, we'll do it. But this is horrible, huh? So he says, you're not supposed to charge usury, but we got caught with our hand in the cookie jar doing it. Read on.
Come, if thou at all take thy neighbor's raiment to pledge, thou shalt deliver it unto him by that the sun goeth down.
So he's saying, listen, if I'm taking your coat as a pledge that you're going to pay me back,
That's
something.
that's collateral.
That's collateral. He's like, have the decency to give it back the next day because he needs it. Don't be such a hard ass that you're not considerate that he needs this for his clothing day to day. Read on.
Come, for that is his covering only. It is his raiment for his skin. Wherein shall he sleep? And it shall come to pass, when he crieth unto me, that I will hear, for I am gracious.
What is he saying? You can't be so hard and cold that you have no compassion to what people need and what they're going through. Read on. No, wait. Yeah. That was verse 27, right?
Come.
Let that go.
Can I pull one scripture?
Yes, sir.
Proverbs 19 and 17. Is that the class? If it's not,
Yes, it is.
it is okay.
Yes, it is.
No problem.
Proverbs, give me 1 second.
If you-
No,
if you got it,
we have that. It's like 2 verses down.
Then do your thing. Slide.
Let's do we'll get there in a second. Let's do Deuteronomy chapter 23,
Yeah.
verse 19 to 20.
Yeah.
23:19.
Y'all gotta head out, both of y'all. Dawam, let's get you saluted in.
Dawam Rakha, Shah Shavata, Bakashar, Bayasha Allah.
Dawam Rakha, Shah Shabbat, Badashar, Bayashar, Amash. Whoop! Y'all by Shem Yashabata.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabata.
Okay, so let's do Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 19 and 20.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 19. Thou shalt not lend upon usury to thy brother, usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury.
He's like, the people knew this. They knew the law.
I know the scripture.
They knew the law. They just didn't give a damn about the law, and they took this as an opportunity to come up out. This was an opportunity to make a money grab because they knew they didn't have the resources to pay back any of this. This was premeditated. They knew all these people on the wall gave up. They just gave up their crops for the year.
Yeah.
They knew they gave the crops up for the year, and there was no way to be to pay this back for 2. They couldn't pay the debt back for 2 years. You couldn't pay it back for 2 years.
How long am I gonna
You
wait?
had to get through this year and the next year, and then the whole next year's harvest. Then you can start paying them back. So that means interest is what?
Stack.
Accruing. Interest is accruing. I'm making real money.
This is an investment.
And if they don't come back and pay it, I get their land.
W.
I get their vineyard.
If you ever want to know how this feels, if you ever get behind on home taxes,
Yep. Oh man.
the IRS will accelerate the rate of interest, and it
You
starts
mean your interest?
compounding.
You mean your taxes?
I mean your tax.
yeah, your taxes for them. Yeah.
Taxes to the IRS, not your mortgage, but your IRS taxes.
Tax in general.
Yeah, but they'll accelerate. Salakia, the IRS. You ever get behind with the IRS? They may say, okay, for the first 3 months, you're at a 7% interest rate that you got to pay back the debt, and then in 3 more months it goes to 14, in 3 more months it goes to 28, in 3 more months it goes to 67. So it accrues and it snowballs so fast that within a year you'll never be able to pay the IRS back. And then they start going at your bank accounts.
Homes.
They start auditing and going at your homes. They do an audit. Then they look at, okay, what do you have in value? They start freezing. They start freezing accounts, freezing what you own, taking assets. Do you have any assets? Well, we're going to take those assets from you because you're in debt.
Yeah.
But it's known for the nations to do it to us, but it's another thing when we do it to each other, man.
Huh?
To be so cold-hearted to actually accelerate debts upon each other. It exposes who we are. I just want to bring out a verse on this.
But they set the trap up first.
Yeah.
They set the trap. They knew they were hungry. They were broke. Now, and I know your crops are down. Now I'm gonna give you this high interest rate. I know you can't.
I know you can't pay back.
You can't pay it back, and in 2 years, if you do, I'm gonna make so much money in this 2 years. I'm gonna be good. Because you still gotta make monthly payments.
By the time you pay me back, I done made 3 times the amount I lent.
That's the point.
I want.
Because the thing is, you gotta pay monthly payments on this, but they can't make the monthly payments. What you what verse?
Same in Ecclesiastes 29. Just verse Ecclesiastes 29. That whole chapter is about borrowing. But
Yeah.
Verse 16. 29 and 16.
Ecclesiastes chapter 29 and verse 16. A sinner will overthrow.
I'm sorry, verse 14. I'm sorry.
Ecclesiastes chapter 29 and verse 14. An honest man.
The problem is with Israel, we're not what?
Honest.
We're not honest with each other, bro. He said an honest man will do what?
Is surety.
It's surety is security.
Mm-hmm.
He said an honest man is security for who?
For his neighbor.
I'm going to look out for my neighbor because I'm honest and I care about him. I'm sincere. I really care about him. I love him. Read on.
But he that is impudent.
It said, but he that is impudent means shameless,
bold. Yep.
bold with contempt of others.
Mm-hmm.
That means I don't have no shame and I really don't love you no way. I really don't have no love for you. I'm really cold in the inside. So although the wall is being built in Jerusalem, but what's still there in our hearts in Jerusalem? Contempt. We still really hate each other. Mm-hmm. There's still really no love, but the lack of love is exposed when the person next to you got a need. All that person's need does is expose the fact that you don't got no love. Read on.
Will forsake him.
It said he'll do what?
Forsake him.
I'll leave you hanging. Read on.
Forget not the friendship of thy surety.
It says don't forget the bonds that you're supposed to have with each other. The community, the sense of community that we're supposed to have with each other.
Right.
Read on.
For he hath given his life for thee.
So, because, man, people put their life in danger for me. And look at the elites who have the regular people who are on 24-hour shifts. Either they're sleeping with swords in their hand, or by day they got plows and tools in their hand. They put in 24-hour shifts, and they putting their life in danger so that you could dwell in safety
in your city.
In your city.
And you're going to sit back and take their lands and exploit them for their lands and their vineyards out.
And these guys are pulling double shifts. Double shifts in danger.
Kind of. Under duress.
Under duress and the threat of being kidnapped anytime. But they're doing you a favor, but you're looking back at them like, man, I don't give a damn about them. Read on.
A sinner will overthrow the good estate of his surety.
And you know what still dwells in Israel? Although we finally made it back out of Babylon and we're out of captivity, we're coming back to Jerusalem. That didn't eliminate the sinners inside of Jerusalem. There's still sinners that have a sinner's heart and a cold nature hate towards his own people, even though the walls are coming up. Read on.
And he that is of an unthankful mind.
It said, and a person that's unappreciative will do what?
Will leave him in danger that delivered him.
It says, I don't appreciate the fact that you sacrifice your crops and your family and you put your life in danger to build walls for everybody for the greater good. And I'm going to still leave you hanging. That person is what? Is unthankful. It's unappreciative. And this is what makes us not want to deal with our people. This will be breaking up households. This is what breaks up camps.
Or the idea of having a camp.
Or having people fear coming in a camp or being in a camp environment.
Yeah.
Because this type of unthankfulness. I'm not going to appreciate your sacrifices, which actually saved my life, in return of helping you when you have need. You put your life in danger to help me, but that doesn't matter because I don't appreciate those sacrifices. Finish that?
That was it.
That's it, right? All right, go back to Deuteronomy.
So read verse 20. So it's 23 and 20 now.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 20. Unto a stranger thou mayest lend money upon usury.
He says, to the nations, you can sit back here and establish usury. That's good business tactics. But you know the problem is? We weren't in a position to sit back here and exploit the nations. They were exploiting us. So what we would do is we couldn't sit back here and establish a usury relationship with the nations, so we was going to take advantage of our own people. That's what was happening. The nations were exploiting us.
We don't own the banks.
We didn't own the banks. We didn't have control like that in the region.
We don't own the banks now.
That was why the king of Samaria and all those places wanted to keep them broken down, because they were keeping them in debt. The nations were using usury on us.
They were getting wealthy.
They were getting wealthy on us, so our people want to sit back here and get wealthy on our backs too.
Damn.
That's what was happening. Read on.
But unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury.
What he's saying is, why am I going to use my brother to come up and get on top? Why am I such a low debased thinker that I got to sit back here and keep my people down so I can get on top? There's got to be a way that we can all come up at the same time. Or I can just work and bust my tail and get up. Why do I got to use and exploit my people to get on top?
Because there's a callousness that has been created. And I'm insensitive. I've grown insensitive, and I've grown calloused to the needs of my people. I've lost the love that we're supposed to naturally have for our people.
And it's easy. And it's easier to do it. I can take advantage of you when they ain't going to say nothing. I can take advantage and they're not going to say nothing. That's another part of it.
What we say is, we say, why are you trying to knock my hustle?
Yeah, that's what we say.
That's what we say. You trying to knock my hustle. Everybody got a hustle. I got a hustle. You got a hustle. So you trying to knock my hustle. This how I get by. Why are you trying to hate on the way I get by?
Listen, bro, we're going to read about Paul down the line. That's why they wanted Paul killed. They wanted Paul dead out. Paul kept trying to say, listen, bro, the rest of the world, they sit back here. The rest of Israel, they'll sit back here and take from the people. I'm not taking nothing from them, to be blameless.
Yeah.
And that message was vexing the rest of the priests and the teachers of the Bible out. Because their hustle was using Israel.
Yep.
The same way. We'll go on that later, though. Read Proverbs 19 and 17.
Proverbs chapter 19 and verse 17.
Yep, read that.
Proverbs chapter 19 and verse 17. He that hath pity upon the poor lendeth unto the Lord.
And that's how you have to look at doing for people that don't have are in a position to give back. We're really lending to the Most High. And can we be at peace with giving to people that don't have it and look at it as you're lending to the Lord instead of thinking about how I'm going to give to this person and they're not going to give it back.
Yeah.
They're not going to be appreciative. They're just going to take and take and take and move on. You can't operate in that space.
Yeah.
If you're going to give, do it in the spirit of Christ, the spirit of Most High. And be okay with however it turns out back to you.
If it ever comes
If it
back.
does. Exactly. Let that verse go and go to Luke. Did you want to say something more on that verse now yet? Luke chapter 6. Luke 6, verse 33 through 35.
Luke chapter 6 and verse 33.
Let me get it real quick. Luke 6, verse 33. Yeah, read that.
Luke chapter 6 and verse 33. And if you do good to them which do good to you, what thank have ye?
Because that's easy. If I'm giving to somebody that I know I'm going to get it back and do good to somebody that's going to do good to me, but that's easy. There's no sacrifice there. There's no lesson there. There's no spiritual
Challenge.
There's no spiritual lesson there. If you just do good to somebody that's going to do good to you already. Read on.
For sinners also do even the same.
God. Read on.
And if ye lend to them of whom ye hope to receive, what thank have ye?
It goes back to the lending thing. You're like, you got to lend Knowing it ain't coming back to you. That's where you learn the spiritual lesson. You learn Christ. If I'm just lending with an expectation to get something back, and I know it's coming back, that's a basic daily transaction.
Yep, that's a transaction.
There's no spiritual lesson there. Read on.
For sinners also lend to sinners.
Come on. Read on.
To receive as much again.
Continue.
But love ye your enemies, and do good, and lend, hoping for nothing again.
He says you got to do good. He says love your enemies, do good, and lend. Lend to the people that you know are going to screw you over. Lend to the people that you know are going to appreciate you.
The unthankful.
The unthankful. And this person is a habitual line stepper. And I still got to give to this person and consider this person. He said, do that. Read it from the top again, verse 35.
Verse 35. But love your enemies, and do good, and lend, hoping for nothing again. And your reward shall be great, and ye shall be the children of the highest. For he is kind unto the unthankful and to the evil.
So the Most High is like, this is still a faith move. When I give to the people that don't appreciate, when I listen and consider the people that wish me harm, the Most High is looking after that. The Most High is going to sit back and reward for that action. You ain't going to get it back from the enemy, and it ain't about that. But those, once again, these are extreme scenarios to give and consider and love the ones who can't stand you, who you know is your enemy. We didn't even present ourselves to be that way in Nehemiah. It wasn't even about being an enemy. All the actions of Israel during Nehemiah's time was to look after and protect the elites and the rest of the people.
Yep.
That wall protected the elites that were exploiting the people. That's what made no sense.
You exploiting the people.
That wall is protecting you. And you gonna hustle out their land and their vineyards out and take their kids away and make them slaves? But that's us. That's the Jew. That's the Jew. We started it.
I'm going to read the scripture on that too. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 3.
We have a lot to learn.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 3 verse 9. That one was reading. Yeah. We'll probably salute somebody else here too. Wisdom of Solomon chapter 3 verse 9.
Wisdom of Solomon chapter 3 and verse 9.
Read that.
They that put their trust in him.
Because giving to your people, whether they are poor or even like Christ said they're your enemy, it's a faith move.
Yep.
It says they that do what?
They that put their trust in him.
And so when it comes to giving, you got to put your trust in who? The Most High. Read on.
Shall understand the truth. If
you can put your faith in the Most High, then you have a great knowledge of what?
Of the truth.
That's what the truth's supposed to be about. Yeah. If you don't have faith in the Most High, and you still greedy, and you still stingy, and you still closing your hands up when it's time to give, you don't really know what the truth is about.
Wow.
He said they shall understand the truth. Read on.
And such as be faithful in love.
As those that be what?
Faithful in love.
And how do you know? How does the Most High know you know the truth? Because you're faithful in what? In your love. You're faithful in your love, and when your love is being put to the test, you're faithful in that. You don't have the fear to not give. You don't have fear.
The
apprehension that would draw your hand and close your fist when your people got need. Read on.
And such as be faithful in love shall abide with him.
And the Most High only wants those that are faithful when it comes to love. I mean, I'm not afraid to give and extend myself and put myself in jeopardy for my people. He said those are the ones that will abide with the Most High. Read on.
For grace and mercy.
Because the Most High is full of what?
Grace and mercy.
So we're also supposed to be full of what? Grace and mercy. But all the poor does is expose the fact that we're unfaithful. We don't have no grace. We don't have no mercy. We don't have no compassion. And we don't have no pity. Read on.
For grace and mercy is to his saints.
And the Most High, he gives grace and mercy to all his saints. But when it comes to us, we don't look at the saints the same way. We don't look at the saints of the Most High the same way. We look at them as an opportunity. Because we're opportunists. I got a gain on them. Read on.
And he hath care for his elect.
And the Most High said he got care for his what?
Elect.
But do we have care for the elect? Read.
Verse 10. But the ungodly shall be punished according to their own imagination.
You thought you were going to use your brother's demise as a come up? The Most High said, I'm going to punish you according to your own imagination. You're going to use somebody else's position, poverty, as leverage to gain and get wealthy. He said, I'm going to punish you according to your own imagination. Read on.
Which have neglected the righteous.
And the Most High is punishing because you choose to do what?
Neglect the righteous.
Because you neglect the righteous. The Most High is checking out how we're operating with each other and determining who's going to be with him and who's going to get punished. When you choose to neglect the righteous, the Most High said, I got you. I see how you are. I see how you operate.
Mm-hmm.
I got to sting you. I got to punish you because you neglect the righteous. Read on.
And forsaken the Lord.
And when you neglect the righteous, you actually forsaken who?
The Most High.
You're actually forsaking the Most High.
Yeah.
So you're not doing it to them. You're doing it to the Lord. And that's what's being exposed right here. Let that go.
No doubt. So now let's get back to Nehemiah chapter 4 and chapter 5 and verse 6. So now we're at Nehemiah chapter 5 and verse 6, and we've gone through the gambit and the whole process. I just want to read this out. I kind of wrote this kind of as a preface. I just want to make sure I re-explain this scenario. So the first thing that's happening is the crops fail in all our people's individual properties because everybody made a sacrifice to Israel to look after one another and rebuild the wall. That was the first thing. Everybody made an all-in move for the Most High, and they put their personal stuff to the side. Yes.
At this time, was the populace just living in Jerusalem?
No, a lot of people weren't living in Jerusalem because as you read later on in Nehemiah, Nehemiah is petitioning people once the wall is built to come and live in the city because the city was not heavily populated because it was exposed. So most of the Jews went back to their ancestral homelands and just was farming and tapping into the agriculture. That's what they were doing. And what was happening is the majority of the people that was doing the real work came from the farmlands. So they made this move in faith, sacrificing their entire year's pay for the Lord. So everybody's hurt, everybody's broke and making sacrifices. So now there's no money for corn and tax payments for Artaxerxes. Then they start going to the Israelite loan sharks to start getting loans from the Hebrew elite at high interest rate loans.
Jerks, yeah.
And had to use their land as collateral to pay back. And you know they couldn't pay back for 2 years because this year their money's gone. And they got to wait an entire year next year to get their crops back tight. So they're going to be 2 years and whole off rip. So these people already going to have their hands in 2 years. They're going to have hands for that second year's harvest. That's their harvest. So how much are they going to get, the people who actually work it, going to get off that second harvest? Little to nothing. Now on top of the fact that others had to find money, had to get loans from these loan sharks to pay for the annual taxes that Artaxerxes has for all the people who are subject to him.
You're lucky I helped you.
So then we got, can't pay the loans back immediately because they're serving the Most High, building the walls. Now they're forced to sell off their land and pay their past debts. They still need money to eat, so they get more loans. They can't pay those loans off. They're setting their children to slavery for 6 years. That was the pattern, and that's why the cry of Israel had gone up, and they're at this town meeting in the first place. So with that being the case, now we read verse 6.
Nehemiah chapter 5 and verse 6. And I was very angry when I heard their cry and these words. Then I consulted with myself, and I rebuked the nobles.
Then he started checking these nobles out. I got to check these guys who got the money, got the power, and the leverage to ruin these people's lives. He started checking these nobles and these people with this power that's ruining all these people's lives in the city.
It's not like it's not bad enough. You got enemies against you on the wall.
That's the point.
Now you got enemies within.
Enemies foreign and domestic. Got it? Last week, chapter 4, it was foreign enemies. Chapter 5 is domestic enemies. Read on.
And I rebuked the nobles and the rulers, and said unto them, ye exact usury.
So now he's sitting back here and just showed them how they were wrong in the law. Why are you exacting usury on these people? That's against the law. Listen, they broke the law and they just broke the spirit of the law. These people are protecting you. Why couldn't you just sit back and help feed these people?
Exactly.
On the most basic level? They're looking after you.
You're doing okay.
So on the basic level, you broke the law by adding usury. Just on a loving side, why couldn't you have lent to them expecting nothing back? Because that's what Christ was teaching. This is why when you sit back and read about Christ, Christ taught us how to operate above and beyond the law. The law was the basic thing that you were supposed to not do.
The baseline.
And on the basic level, the elites shouldn't have charged usury on the people. But if we was going to operate like Christ, why charge them anything? You know why they're broke. They're broke to save your ass and the entire nation and to protect them. So in the spirit of love, why couldn't you just give them and supply the people with the corn they need to eat? If it was about Christ. That's the difference between teaching Christ and just sticking with the law, which was just the bare minimum that you shouldn't do to offend the Most High. Then I listen. So Nehemiah is hitting him on the law. Damn, why are you charging them usury? But he could have said, well, damn, they're looking after you. Why don't you just give them the corn for free?
Period.
That's love. But on the very basic level, you're charging usury, and that's against the law of the Most High. But you see how you can sit back here and follow the law of the Most High and set up a cold heart to your people? What if these guys didn't charge usury, but still collected the lands because they couldn't make their debt, they couldn't pay their debt on time? It's still black-hearted.
This gonna do it.
It's still cold-hearted.
Yeah.
It's still hate behind what he did. And so when Christ came down, he was trying to show us that Israel hid their hatred and their cold-heartedness behind the letter of the law to justify their wicked ways. So when you read the New Testament, Christ keeps trying to show you, yes, you got to follow the law, but there's more to it than that. What spirit are you operating in following the law? Okay, I didn't sit back here and charge usury. Well, think about the situation and consider these people are going all in, losing money for their brothers. Why can't you lose money for your brother? They made sacrifices for you. How come you can't make sacrifices for them? That's what Christ was trying to teach. That was so different than what the Pharisees was teaching, which is why the Pharisees and the elites wanted Christ dead. Because his message was against the spirit of hatred and manipulation and the using of people that they were doing. Is what I'm saying making sense? How they used the spirit of the law and were still hateful towards their brother.
They were the problem.
They could have sat back here and not did usury, and it was still off.
They were still going to take that land.
They were still going to take that land, knowing why they had to give up their resources and why they had to get the corn in the first place. They knew what was going on. They were right there. Read verse 7 again.
And they're happy they want to give their servants at the beginning to help build the temple up.
What's that?
They didn't want to assist. They thought they were above physical.
Some of the elites didn't want to do it. Some of them didn't want to do it. So yeah. So the point is, so that's where we're at right here. Read verse 7 again.
Nehemiah chapter 5 and verse 7. Then I consulted with myself, and I rebuked the nobles and the rulers, and said unto them, ye exact usury every one of his brother. And I set a great assembly against them.
Well, see, the funny thing is, the only thing that these nobles respected was the fact that he had Artaxerxes backing. If he didn't have Artaxerxes backing, they would have killed him. They would have killed him. He would have been another, you know what, getting in the way of progress. Getting in the way of their plans.
Yeah.
Because all the prophets of the Lord that told them to their faces they was getting murdered. They was getting executed. That's the kind of power they flowed in. The only reason they backed off of him and Ezra is because they both had the king's approval. So Nehemiah's weight could hit them and they would have to listen. They would have to bow the knee. But when you sit back and get to listen, he's checking them on the technicalities, but he could have said, man, where's your love? You know why they're here. You know why they're in this situation. Why couldn't you just wink at? Why couldn't you just supply everybody with free lunch and supplies to eat?
Mm-hmm. Why couldn't you start the debt repayment the following year?
After their next year's scenario. That's the point. Or just give it to them. They're busting their tail for you.
Yeah.
Read on.
Verse 8, and I said unto them, we after our ability have redeemed our brethren, the Jews, which were sold unto the heathen.
He says, what we're doing, he said, we're sitting back here and fighting our tail off to pay off the debt of the Jews that are in slavery in these other provinces. He said that's what Nehemiah is doing in his people. So in all these different provinces that Israel was scattered around, that were slaves in Babylon and in Persian and Median Empire, he says, we're sitting back here to this day, paying off these debts out of our own pockets to get them out of slavery. Just so you can put them back in slavery in your own homeland? And what the hell is going on with you?
And it wasn't like only one person was doing this.
No.
It wasn't like Nehemiah had to deal with just one person. This was a conglomerate. This was an agreed upon mentality by the elites, by the nobles, to set up this type of system to where they can entrap people in debt. Their own people in debt.
In their own city. In our own city. But Nehemiah's like, we're sitting back here on a crusade to redeem all of our people who are in slavery in different countries. And we're trying to pay off their debts so we can get our brothers out of slavery. He said that was a national movement that people like Nehemiah were pushing for. Mm-hmm. But in our own home city, you're putting our people in slavery?
Yeah.
Because that's what having the kids is for 6 years is. You got them in 6 years in slavery. Oh. We're fighting our whole tail off to rebuild our nation and get us out of slavery, and you guys are putting us back in. Now that's the greatest aspect of being a sellout you can be.
Yep.
He said, what's going on with y'all? Read on.
Verse 8, and I said unto them, we after our ability have redeemed our brethren the Jews, which were sold unto the heathen. And will ye even sell your brethren? Or shall ye be sold unto us? Then held they their peace, and found nothing to answer.
Now all of a sudden they want to be sad and quiet.
Yeah.
Knowing damn well that's what they're doing.
You called me out.
Now I'm quiet. Because I can't say anything to you. Because you can just sit back and have Artaxerxes wipe me out and take my money.
Of course.
And take my land.
And if you want to play the power game, then we'll play the power game. You don't like
But that's the only thing Jake respects is power. Big Bank takes what? That's all Jake respects. That's all they respect.
Right.
And so now Nehemiah had more power, so they had to bend the knee and say nothing.
But he's mad in their heart.
In their heart, listen, in their heart, they still want their money. So the funny thing is, all they did, well, we'll find out what they said. But they held their peace when Nehemiah said, listen, bro, everybody around the world as Israelites is trying to free their brothers out of slavery. Because they see how the nations are exploiting them. But you are in our own homeland exploiting Jews and making them slaves? What the hell is your problem?
Yeah.
Read on.
Verse 9. Also I said, it is not good that ye do. Ought ye not to walk in the fear of the Most High?
He said, do you fear the Most High? What's going on in your mind that you think this is okay and that the Most High is not going to come back and there's be some blowback on you? Read on.
Because of the reproach of the heathen, our enemies.
Khan, he said, think about everything that's going on around us. All the hell we're catching. All these enemies that are right around us that want to destroy us. You don't think the Most High would allow these nations to come down and destroy us because of what you're doing?
Yeah.
You know, the Most High can say, listen, because you don't know how to treat my poor, I'll bring the nations in and treat the poor better than you. Isn't that what he did when we fell in 586 BC?
Huh?
That's what Jeremiah kept saying. You don't treat the poor right, so I'll bring the nations in and they'll treat them better than you.
Yeah.
This is what he's saying. You listen, the nations will treat Israel better than you. Remember we read that like 2-3 months ago?
Yeah.
And everybody's like, oh, that's not true. That ain't the case. Nah. This is a real life case that proves that. It's a real life story that proves all that to be true.
Oh yeah. That Israel holds.
They're worse oppressors than the nations are to us.
Yeah.
That sounds messed up, and that sounds like this is crazy, but this is damn proof.
And they hold something over your head. They hold your deficiencies over your head. That's the oppressive spirit the elites had. Whatever deficiency that you had, which was your financial status, which is how many children you got, whatever if you land you got, I'm gonna hold your deficiencies over you that I may extract some type of resource.
Bro,
I'm gonna extract some type of benefit.
do you think this is the first and only time this is happening
But
in
this
the
is
land?
what does every day.
This is happening in the land all the
This
time.
happened in 2024. Listen, what people do, they look at your history in life. They look at, they get to know you, and when they get to know you, they start looking at all your flaws. They hold your flaws as some type of resource to leverage some type of judgment shift, some kind of shift in judgment, some kind of rest in judgment. They try to. It's like almost like they're trying to arrest you with your mistakes and flaws.
Huh?
The Most High is forgiving His servants. You're supposed to forgive your brothers. They hold what you did in 1986 against you for the rest of your life. You can't make a mistake around Nigerish type people. People that are they're hypercritical and they want you to fail. They want you to make mistakes so they can always manipulate you with your weakness.
Yep.
This is the spirit of intense manipulation, and I'm using this to extract resources. But some people don't want resources. Some people ain't tripping on money. They just want to have their way. It's not always about money. In this state, we're using money as the object. But people have different objects. Some people just want control. That's their object. So let me use your weakness or your depraved state to get my object. Let me use your failures against you to get your object, to get my object. Let me use anything you got going on that you are not in control of. I get if you're in control of your mistakes. Some people make mistakes, they don't have no control over that. Some people have spiritual weaknesses and it can't be solved right now. It's going to take 5 years. So that gives you 5 years to hold it against them. That means you're imprisoning them in their flaw. Like the elite were imprisoning the Israelites through their want of resources.
I become an oppressor.
I'm an oppressor,
Yep.
and I'm just using whatever I can get to get my way. I want more comfort. Why does the elite of Israel want the wealth? Comfort. What did the rich man say? Man, I have many resources. I need to build bigger barns so I may lay up for many years. I have many years to enjoy the fruits of my labor. The fruits of your labor? Or the fruits of the people's labor that you extracted from? So what do? We use other people's flaws and we commodify other people's flaws. We're commodifying and we're monetizing other people's weaknesses. We're commodifying and monetizing other people's deficiencies. That's a lack of love. And really, it's a rejection of Christ. Because Christ is love. The Most High is love. Through your extraction of other people means you don't love Christ. We say, Scripture says, if you deny me before men, I will deny you before my Father who is in heaven. Well, how do you deny Christ? We ain't seen Christ. We haven't seen him. We all say Yahweh Shai. We all got the green picture on our phone sometimes. We got with the chariots flying. He's looking all powerful, and Christ is ripped out with striations on that. We all have that picture in our
gold belt.
Oh yeah, in the golden girdle with the fine gold of Euphaz. It's powerful with the all white fro looking like a boss. We all got that picture. When it comes out, you do it with your brother. That picture don't exist. That same sacrifice don't exist. That same love don't exist. When it comes to the person you live with, that don't exist. Comes the brother next door to you. I'll text him. I get this knock on his door and talk to him. I'll just text him. I don't want to talk to that brother. Well, because the people you care about, you know what? I'm going to perpetually hold a grudge. You don't think the rich of Israel had a grudge against the poor? Scripture says the rich eat the poor.
They hate the
And the rich hate the poor. That means there was a grudge against people in a lower status and condition. That means Israel has grudges based off of what they think they're. That's why the Most High almost can't bless you. A lot of people get mad because the Most High ain't blessing me. Because if I bless you, you're going to hate your brother. How about that?
Yeah, man shall cleave to his light.
A man will cleave to his light. As soon as I bless you, you're going to think you're better than somebody. How about that? That's what Israel does. Once they get something, they forget their neighborhood. Once they get something, they forget their brother. Once they get some type of material game or some objective game, they forget everybody that helped them get to point A. I'm self-made. I don't need nobody.
Yeah,
I don't
self-made.
need you.
Nobody helps you.
I didn't need this. I don't need to have this conversation. You want to ask me something? Listen, how about we talk later? How about we'll talk when I feel like talking? We get arrogant and cocky like that, like the Most High can't do it to us. When you start, Most High will put you in a position of need, and you be praying the Most High like, how about we talk later? How about we talk when I feel like talking?
Yeah.
All the words you had against the poor, Most High will have those words against you. All the words you had against the people that needed you, Most High will have that. He'll put you in a condition of need also. The Most High is powerful for that. But I'm not trying to use the idea of the elite against Israel. It's Israel in general. Because the poor will do this to the poor.
All elite means is leverage.
Yeah, listen. It's leverage.
Israel uses leverage on top of other Israel.
Huh.
It's leverage. It's not about rich here.
But that's what I'm saying. That's the idea of I got something on you. I will never forgive you. Because if I forgive you, I lose my leverage. I will never really be close to you. Because if I get close to you, I lose my leverage. I get benefits from keeping you at a distance. It's how Israel deals with power in general. You almost can't give Israel nothing. It's only get to keep Israel in a broken down state so you can keep them humble. Why does the Most High have to keep you poor and broke and desolate so you can be humble? Why does it take that to be humble? We had to always struggle. We had to always have a financial atlas. You ever seen the atlas out with the world on its back? I gotta be this way because if I'm not like this, I'm not humble. If I'm not in a state of poverty, and I don't mean financial poverty, emotional poverty, spiritual poverty. You gotta stay mentally broken down in order to be humble. Because when you're not mentally broken down, you'll love nobody. The Most High keeps a lot of us in our poor conditions, in our uncomfortable conditions, in our dejected conditions. Because as soon as you're out of that condition, you are not going to change on a moral level.
Nope.
Your condition dictates and shows how moral you are. If you're moral when you have nothing, how much more will you be moral when you have more? That's in the scriptures. When I have more, a man that's unfaithful in few things, will be ruled over what? Over much. But he that's unfaithful in much is also what? Unfaithful in the little he has. So that's just, I love the fact that you're bringing this class out. But I love the fact we're using the elite and we're using the wealthy. But people do this in almost every dynamic of Israel. Yeah. Relationships, friendships, and brotherhoods. We're all extractors and leverage players. Mm-hmm. Because we want our objective. I want to be right.
What can I pull a verse? I'm not a verse, a statement.
Yeah.
What does Jacob's name mean?
Supplanter.
Supplanter. But what does supplant mean? Supplant means to trip up. trip up the heel.
That's what it means?
It says to remove or displace by stratagem. To overthrow or undermine.
Wow.
Listen, that's us on the right and the left.
Wow.
With right hand supplantism, Esau was supplanted from his birthright and Israel got their position. But that nature never left us. To undermine, to overthrow, to remove or displace by stratagem, or to displace and take the place of. And this is an example is a rival supplants another in the affections of his mistress. That's an example of supplanting.
Yeah.
But what is he saying? Our nature, when we're not on the right hand side, we're just taking advantage of and using people and gaining leverage to get their way.
But when
we're not in the right spirit.
But I just want to make one statement. But what makes a person motivated to think like that? Because I don't like the condition I'm already in. I'm not content where I'm at. So I'm always scheming and plotting how to get out of my situation. And if you have to suffer because of it, so be it. I know Shashma brought a class out years back about Nimrod. And Nimrod always, the word Nimrod also means victory of the people. Or Nike means victory of the people. And Nike is symbolic of Nimrod. Right? But in order for someone to win,
Somebody got to lose.
somebody's got to lose. And it might as well not be me.
No, Nimrod specifically received gratification at the expense of another person's downfall.
God.
It gave him a thrill, it gave him a kick, it gave him a jolt of electricity, of purpose.
Yeah.
When I see somebody else fail,
It's got a dopamine boost.
yeah, he got a dopaminergic burst. and that was Nimrod's. He got a thrill out of watching somebody suffer. It made him feel good when other person suffered. You know what I'm saying? You fell, I got you. You got. I hit a lick. I hit a lick on you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what made Nimrod a mighty hunter. That means he had a predatory mentality.
And we're seeing that mentality, that predatory mindset in the loans.
Yeah.
We say that's the white man.
We
White
do?
man's predatory. No, everybody's predatory, especially Jews when they're in a location. What we call
Given
it
that power. Given that power. Like Esau's absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Huh?
It's the truth.
And
It
we're,
ain't just Esau's. Anybody with leverage like that.
and we're crabs in the what?
Barrel.
Crabs in the bucket. Crabs in the bucket.
Rather than a buckle, it's supplanter.
Yep.
I'm going to overthrow. I'm going to do what I got to overthrow what's in front of me. And then you know what? When you get up, what's the other crowd? I'm going to do whatever I got to do to overthrow him. Pull him down. Then the other one crawls up. You know what? I got to do whatever I got to do to bring him down. It's a cycle of bringing down.
Nobody's gonna win.
Nobody's winning.
Nobody's happy.
That's the point.
I'll quote. I got a quote from the older generation. I got to quote my man Curtis Mayfield. And there's no happiness. That's a song about that. But so Freddie's dead.
Yeah.
But the fact is, there's no happiness. How can there be happiness when the environment is everybody's playing a game and it's not spiritual?
And this is why Christ had to come down and give understanding of the law. Because if I have the mind of coming up, and I had the mindset of taking advantage of people, I can still follow the law. But that wasn't going to take that negative outlook from me.
Yeah.
Christ's example and what Christ taught, coupled with the law, was able to give us that balance that was properly needed. Matter of fact, I got to pull this verse. Nagaha gave it to me today, actually. It was Revelations, what, Nagaha?
14 and 12.
Let's go there. It was really, it's a simple verse, but man, it tells you everything you need to have to get to the kingdom. Revelations chapter 14 and verse 12.
Revelation chapter 14 and verse 12. Here is the patience of the saints. Here are they that keep the commandments of the Most High.
He says, the saints keep the commandments, read on,
And the faith of Yahushua.
and the faith of Christ. You got to have both.
What?
You got to follow the law, and you got to follow Christ's way of looking at things. Because Christ deals with the heart and the intentions of man. The law gives you the basic foundation how you're supposed to operate, and Christ teaches you the spirit behind how to follow the law. The spirit behind how to do the things that the law tells you to do. So there's no excuses, there's no wiggle room around how to properly act.
He killed the loopholes.
Because he killed the loopholes. It's the faith of Christ, it's the thinking and the outlook that Christ gave us, coupled with the structure and the foundation of what the law was about.
And how come the elite, how come the wealth of this situation couldn't just be content that everybody's losing together?
Because the thing is this, Most High kept attacking the kings, the princes, then it was the elite Pharisees and Sadducees. All the elites kept getting wiped out because they kept having the power and the law, but they never fixed the spirit that was inside of them. And this is why the Most High and Christ kept attacking the establishments of Israel
The monopoly.
from the time in the beginning until the priesthood was wiped out and eradicated. Because they were operating in the wrong spirit. They had the law, but they weren't in the spirit that Christ wanted them to be in, to be acknowledged by the Heavenly Father. Does that make sense?
I could follow the law, but I could still be greedy.
Come.
Yeah.
I can follow the law, but
I have a black heart to my
I can
people.
still be covetous.
Mhm.
Yes.
I can follow the law, but inside I can still be envious.
Yes.
Oh,
And that's what Christ. That's why Christ had to paint the greater picture, so we understood both sides.
it was the greater picture. Like you said, it was the greater vision for the people. Moses did the best he can do, and he established a baseline culture.
Because that's where we were at initially.
At Egypt.
It wasn't like it was something wrong. The law was perfect. But the problem was we weren't mature enough to deal with the internal parts and mechanisms of how we were operating. We weren't mature enough to really understand what love was.
We were 40 years out of Egypt, man.
We were hateful and ungrateful.
Yes, it's the
A
truth.
negative outlook. We had a lot of filth in us.
Yeah.
So the law was the basic framework of how to get us going on the right path and direction.
Had love.
And then Christ came and gave us the clarity to purify what was inside of us. And that was the whole point. It's both. People wanted to take, it's just Christ's words. No, it's Christ's words and the law combined. And if you live it properly, that's how you get to the kingdom. But let's get back to Nehemiah. I just felt it was good to kind of bring that in at the time. So now we're at Nehemiah 5 and verse 9 and 10. Let's get another reader. Let's go Nagaha.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ban Shemai Wan, Ban Yasha Allah.
Nagaha, Shah Shabbatah, Ba Shemai Wan, Ba Yashala. Yahweh Hashem Yashabakata.
Yahweh Shem Yahushua Brakatham.
And we need these topics, though. We do need these topics.
Listen, a lot of times Israel, if we're going to nation building is about looking internally at. Because if we don't really sit back and look at inside of us, we're never going to, when we get to the kingdom, when we get our opportunity to lead again, we're going to mess up again, or he's going to remove us.
Yeah.
We better have the right mindset coming into this situation. So, let's read this, Nehemiah 5 and verse 9.
Nehemiah chapter 5, verse 9. Also I said, it is not good that ye do. Ought ye not to walk in the fear of our power?
He's like, it's not good what you're doing to the people. Aren't you supposed to walk with fear of the Most High? A consciousness of the Most High? Read on.
Because of the reproach of the heathen,
He's
our
like,
enemies?
but Nehemiah is like, we're not out of the woods yet. These guys can still come in and invade us. Just because that has simmered down over the past few weeks doesn't mean they're not coming back down any moment now to wipe us out. And now you're giving the Most High a good reason for us to get invaded. So listen, this next verse is another reason why Nehemiah was such a great leader. We kept reading repeatedly through every adverse situation. He's sending prayers up first. He's giving honor to the Most High first. He's acknowledging the Most High first. He does things decently in order, and he leads from the front. So look what he does when he's dealing with all of these wicked, selfish, corrupt leaders who got the money and just don't want to show love.
And can I make one contrast conversation? What's your point? I promise.
Okay.
Let's contrast this, and let's go historically and see the kings of Israel, how they would not address
Issues.
the wealth class.
Mm-hmm.
They had a fear.
Yes.
There was very few kings that had the gall to address that class.
The princes.
The princes. They were very afraid. They were scared to do it. They didn't speak
The
up.
princes were like the mob to them, and they were afraid to challenge the mob because of their political connections. So now we have Nehemiah, who's always led from the front, once again leads from the front. So if there's an issue with, for instance, last chapter, it was a spirit of fear surrounding everybody. What did he do? He's, I'm going to cut off the amount of people that's on my detail securing me. Even though they want to kill me, I'm going to cut off some of my guards and spread them out and fan them out around the perimeter to show them I'm not going to be running behind bodyguards all damn day long while you guys sit back here and face certain death.
Right.
I'm going to cut off my bodyguard detail or shrink it so the bodyguards can be around y'all people. What does that do? I'm with y'all. I'm not going to I'm not big timing y'all and bringing my 15, 20 guys around me and leaving y'all out here to perish.
I'm invested with
I'm going to be around 3 people deep, and I'm going to give the rest to y'all. That shows I'm in here with you. I'm considering you. I'm down on your level. Mm-hmm. Countless times, he puts the body first. So now when there's a spirit of selfishness and greed and exploitation around, what does he do after he chastises the leaders? Read verse 10.
Nehemiah 5 and 10. I likewise and my brethren.
To the people that are with me, that came down in the caravan from the Persian Empire. You know?
I likewise and my brethren and my servants might exact of them money and corn.
He says, I'm going to sit back here and come out of pocket and feed the people. I'll come out of pocket to give them money and corn to pay y'all dudes back as much as I can give back. I'll be the person to sit back here and be responsible and come out of my earnings and my wages to make sure everybody can eat to get through this campaign. And to help give them money to get the kids out of goddamn slavery. I'll do it. Because that's what the money is going to be used for, to help give these parents back who lost their children to get them back home. Because he was doing that already to the nations. He was already coming out of pocket, getting Israel out of slavery. He says, I'll do it again to y'all niggas. Excuse my French to everybody out here that's younger. Sometimes you got to say the word act. Sometimes those actions are horrible. That deserve that connotation. To exploit children and have them go to slavery over a debt that was done to serve the Most High.
It's not my children.
That's what they were saying. What's the point? He said, I'm going to come out of pocket to pay these debts to get your kids out of slavery, and I'm going to make sure everybody in the city got free corn.
Yep.
That's how I'm going to show you how leaders are supposed to properly act. So read verse 10 again.
Verse 10. I likewise and my brethren and my servants might exact of them money and corn. I pray you, let us leave off this usury.
He's like, leave off this usury. I'll sit back and cover some of these debts, and I'll make sure the corn is in their hands so they can eat. So if I give them corn, hopefully they can give this money back to these loan sharks so they can be off the rent. He's still covering these sharks and these snakes.
It's slime ball stuff.
And he's like, listen. So what he's saying is this. He's like, listen, I'll pay back the cash that you lent to them. Just take this usury off the top. Take the extra off the top. I'll cover this money, and I'll give them food. That's a great, great move. I'll pay you back the money, but just don't be a you-know-what about it. Take the usury off. That's against the law anyway. Can you take, he says, I pray you, can you please take the usury off? Hold this and go to 1 Peter's 5 and 2. This is what leadership is in a nutshell. Think about this. These people should have done it out of the grace of their heart. But Nehemiah says, I'll cover it. I'll cover the cost. Just be brotherly enough to take off the usury cost. Can you do that for the Most High's sake so that our foreign invaders don't come in and destroy us? Is that a good enough reason for you?
Maybe not really. Not good enough reason.
It's crazy, huh? Read that in 1 Peter chapter 5 and verse 2 through 4.
1 Peter chapter 5, verse 2. Feed the flock of the Most High, which is among you, taking the oversight thereof, not by constraint, but willingly.
So listen, let's look at oversight real quick.
Oversight. Superintendence. Watchful care.
That's the oversight. I'm going to sit back and look after the flock with watchful care. Because in Nehemiah's mind, what do we have to do to make sure this construction goes? What do we need to do to make sure people are being defended, are being looked after,
Great question.
being protected? What can I do to maintain confidence and strength amongst the people? The people need to feel that they're being looked after, cared for, loved on. What can I do to step in to make this happen? Right? So read that again.
1 Peter 5:2. Feed the flock of the Most High, which is among you, taking the oversight thereof.
Listen, taking that oversight, I'm just trying to find another. There it goes. Yeah. To inspect, the oversee, to take care. And once again, it's how can I take care of the flock now? If I got to come out of pocket and lose, then I'll lose. If I have to lose and come out of pocket to inspire these men with money and power to give, then let me do it. Because half the time, if you're dealing with people in general, in Israel or people in general, people aren't going to do a good work until they see you do a good work.
I'm not doing
Am I right or wrong?
Yep.
Whether it's at a work site, delivery site, at a move site, if they don't see the ranking man lift heavy things, are they going to lift heavy things? They're not, bro. They're not. If they don't see you sit back here and inconvenience yourself, are they going to inconvenience themselves?
Nope.
No. So Nehemiah understood if I'm going to break this chain of selfishness and this chain and pattern of hatred, I got to be the one up front to do it. That's what taking the oversight is. What do I have to do to help change the culture of a situation?
I'll do it first.
Because it has to come from the top down. People don't change unless they see the head doing it. And that's the honest to goodness truth. But that's what leadership is about. A lot of brothers think leadership is about just dropping orders and giving commands and flexing on people that don't respect those commands and orders.
Or taking resources.
And taking resources for themselves. Leadership is about let me lose to set the tone for everybody else to sacrifice and put the body first. And this is what Nehemiah is doing. So read verse 2 again
But
from the
the
top.
opportunity was given to show what they would do if they had the opportunity. Most High let that situation happen before Nehemiah was the example to see where are you at with the Lord.
But the problem is the nation was a rudderless ship. It's just princes and bosses that exploit and take things. Keep reading.
1 Peter 5:2. Feed the flock of the Most High, which is among you, taking the oversight thereof, not by constraint.
Meaning, not because you have to. And that's another thing. As a leader, you got to do it because you want to do it. Because you know what? If you're really leading properly, the only thing that matters is that the body learns the proper lesson for them to grow. And what do I have to do? How do I have to act to get the people around me to see the value in this conduct? That's the work. That's where the sacrifice comes in. And for the leader, the only thing that matters is that the people are inspired to do well. And can I lead from the front that way? Nehemiah lost more in the flesh when he went out there and gained. He lost money and resources, and I'm pretty sure he got gray hair. Dealing with all these headaches for the work to get done. And threats. People are after his life, trying to kill him. That's how you know you're doing something right in the spirit. Because the only thing that matters is not how you gain, it's what the good that comes from the work you're bringing down for the people. And this is what separated Nehemiah from so many other leaders of the time. The only thing that mattered was the security and the spiritual strength of the nation. And he had to speak up for Israel when they hadn't. Think about this. There was nobody else to speak up for them. That's what's so scary. They were going on for decades with nobody protecting them. Even Ezra was here at the time, and he couldn't do nothing about it. That's the truth. Ezra was there too. So, let that verse go and go to Philippians 3, verse 14 through 19.
Philippians chapter 3, verse 14.
Yeah, Philippians 3, verse 14 through 19. Read that.
Philippians chapter 3, verse 14. I press toward the mark for the prize of the high calling of the Most High in Yahushua.
Con. So Paul is pushing for that high mark, the highest level you can get in this walk with Christ. Read on.
Verse 15. Let us therefore, as many as be perfect, but be thus minded.
Because once again, Paul is always pushing for the gold. Gold works, gold effort, gold teaching, gold sacrifice. This is if you want gold. He also said there's silver, there's precious stones, and there's hay and there's stubble. There's a lot of different levels of effort people bring to the table when serving the Most High. But he's pushing for gold. He says if there's anybody that's like-minded like me who wants to shoot for the gold, this is how you have to carry yourself. Read on.
Let us therefore, as many as be perfect, be thus minded. And if in anything ye be otherwise minded, the Most High shall reveal even this unto you. Nevertheless, whereto we have already attained, let us walk by the same rule. Let us mind the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Brethren, be followers together of me, and mark them which walk so as ye have us for an ensample.
Read on.
For many walk, of whom I have told you often, and now tell you even weeping.
Before we go to verse 18, read verse 17 again.
Verse 17. Brethren, be followers together of me, and mark them which walk so as ye have us for an ensample.
Let me get this ensample real quick, because that is really, when it says for an example, ensample, it's a figure or an image. It's a physical example of how people are supposed to follow. When you're in a leadership position, it is so important to lead from your actions and just not your words. And this is what Paul is saying. Make sure your efforts are in the front, and with your actions, put your money where your mouth is. If you're pushing an approach, if you're pushing a direction, you got to be in the front of that direction. If you want to inspire others to make the same adjustments for what benefits them. Everything we do has got to be from the front if you expect people to respond properly. Okay? Read on. Verse 19. No, 18, Salaki.
Verse 18. For many walk, of whom I have told you often, and now tell you even weeping, that they are the enemies of the cross of Yahushua.
A lot of people are the enemies of Christ. A lot of leaders are going contrary to the direction that the people need. But why? Read on.
Verse 19. Whose end is destruction, whose power is their belly.
Their power is their belly. Their power is what they want out the deal. You can tell a good leader or a good ensample when he's making decisions and moves that don't benefit him. When a man is making the decisions and moves that benefit the body, that's how you know you got a good leader. If you have a husband at home, when he's making moves that I'm not comfortable, listen, I don't know how many times we can explain. We're supposed to lead from the front, and people are, the wife is supposed to serve us. There's no doubt about it. And if you're going to deal with rank, the ranking man gets the privileges, but it's how you use it as a leader, which determines what kind of leader you are.
Shows the heart.
Am I going to exploit what's supposed to be mine, or am I going to serve the mechanism that keeps this thing going and make that the priority?
What?
When I mean serve, means give attention and deal with. That's how you can determine what type of leader you got. What does he value? Does he value getting propped up because how many years he been in the church? I've seen a bunch of generals online. They're getting treated like gods. Because I've been in the truth for this, and this long. They're commanding this. Or everything is guided, but when a man gets ranked, why is it the commanding general gets rewarded or acknowledged because the other guy passed the test? That doesn't make sense. This guy has done it again. He's 2,000 miles away from him. What did he do to get this guy to pass his test? I don't know if you've seen it online. This brother has become an officer of 1,000. Man, the general in New York did it again. How? What did he do to get this guy developed?
But it's a common mentality. What Israel does, the Egyptians were good for it. What the Egyptians did was
they're nations.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying. It's the spirit. It's the spirit of I need to benefit off your growth and success. I need to extract benefits from the top from your production. But that happens almost every camp. In every camp, we're pointing out that particular situation. That happens in a lot of because
it does. That's just low hanging fruit. That's low hanging fruit.
We can blame Walmart, but Costco does it. Whataburger does it. Sam's Club does it. HEB does it sometimes. Albertsons does it. Save-A-Lot does it. What we're trying to say is that this mentality is pervasive amongst the nation.
Yes.
We're not pointing out one people.
We're not. That was just low hanging fruit.
That's easy. It's a straw man. It's somebody easy to show, right? But what we do, everybody among us, we do the same thing. We take benefits and we take growth assets if we have the power to. True love is what do you do when you have opportunity to extract gain and you don't. That's true love. If I can benefit off you and I don't, I'll let you eat, that's love. This man's growing, I promote him because he's growing, and I keep testing him, challenging him, and listen, I reinstill your confidence. I'm building your confidence because one day I might not be here. We age, time goes by. One day you're young, one day you're old. Do you build confidence in the next generation? So the whole point is
confidence in Christ.
Confidence in Christ. And so am I passing down the proper practices so that the next generation can succeed? That's why, honestly, sometimes being Israelite is a thankless job. Can you cope with being with your thankless job? Thanks everybody. You're not getting passed on the back over here. Very rarely. So I see why some people I want to pound the back. But how about your pound the back comes from Christ? That's what we haven't accepted. If the rich gave their wealth up, your pound the back came from Christ.
Yep.
But you down a couple thousand, bro.
More than
Can you accept that?
And know that where it went. But anyway, you know that, right? So let's go back. I was just trying to explain the importance of being an example.
Yeah.
And how you know leadership by the sacrifice and the tone that the leader sets to help teach the other people what leadership looks like. Listen, that meant Nehemiah took a shave in what his personal wealth was. Because you're gonna sit back and read that he wasn't getting a salary in this deal. So all these resources was from his personal stocks. This is personal bread he's coming out of.
Oh my God. He's still an employee from Artaxerxes.
But all Artaxerxes gave him, look, I'll give you a military detail to get up there, and I'll give you the supplies for the building.
And a letter of safety.
And a letter so that they can't sit back here and kill you if they want to.
Yep.
It's wherever he accrued in his time. Master Boston for Artaxerxes is what he's using now to deal with Nehemiah. I mean, to deal in this chapter to rebuild the walls. But all his supplies, that's out of his pocket. So what he's giving to the nation is out of his pocket. So read verse 10 again.
Nehemiah chapter 5, verse 10. I likewise and my brethren and my servants might exact of them money and corn. I pray you, let us leave off this usury.
I'll come off, cover these debts as much as I can, and I'll bring corn to the people. Just cut off the usury. Read on.
Verse 11. Restore, I pray you, to them even this day their lands, their vineyards.
So I'm going to give you the money. Sit back here and give them their land back.
Come on, bro.
What are you doing?
You got to strike a deal with your own people.
I'll front it. Just don't be a you know what. I'm going to say a niggard because that's what it is technically. That's a technical word. Don't be a niggard and exploit the people and penny pinch and rob and cheat and deceit. Don't do that. Give them back their land. Take off the usury and give them back their land. Read on.
Restore, I pray you, to them even this day their lands, their vineyards, their olive yards, and their houses.
Nigard, a stingy and ungenerous person.
That was the point.
Wow.
That's why I said what I said. He said, don't be that guy. I'm going to sit back and bring the money back, give them their lands back, and take away the usury. Read on.
And their houses. Also the 100th part of the money.
The 100th part of the money is the 1% interest you're stacking on these people. Take away the 1% that you were stacking on your money. There's a cost. That's what usury is, the cost of money. He said, take the 1% off. Read on.
And of the corn, the wine.
First of all, for it to be 1% and they were howling and they were stressing, that means they was really broke. 1% on top of what was owed, they couldn't pay it. The people were struggling.
They couldn't break even.
They couldn't break even, let alone give an additional 1% of what was being borrowed. That just lets you know how bad it was. So he says, give them their vineyards and their corn and their land back. Not the corn, but the vineyards and their land and the 1%, take it off. Read on.
And of the corn, the wine, and the oil, that ye exact of them.
It's crazy, And he says, I'll cover back the money.
They didn't like that, though.
Okay, there's no profit. They can't make money off it. They can't get paid. But this is what Nehemiah was doing. Read on.
Then said they, we will restore them.
Oh.
They had no choice. They can say no. All they had to do is sit back, send a letter to Artaxerxes, and they get their land taken.
Yeah, didn't like that.
They'll get their estates wiped out.
Take a little bang, huh?
So we can play this game, but instead of this, what was beautiful about Nehemiah, he didn't flex in a power game.
Yeah.
Because what if he would have flexed in a power game and they would have ran to the king of the north, not the northern kingdom, but Samaria?
Okay.
They could have sat back and petitioned the king of Samaria or the king of the Philistia or Ammon to take him out. So he said, no, I'll front the money. Just don't hit him on usury. It's like this. It's like we got a person that wicked. Just don't be all the way wicked.
Yeah.
You're still exploiting the people. Just don't be a complete dirtbag. Can you just follow the law? The least you can do in brotherhood. That's what Nehemiah is saying. He didn't even ask him to sit back and show love. He just said, just follow the law. Because showing love would have been this on the house because of the conditions. That's love.
Don't worry about it.
He said, just do the bare minimum and don't charge usury to them. And they're like, okay, we won't charge usury. Damn it, Mortimer, we can't get paid. I don't know if y'all remember. Trading places. Damn it, Mortimer. we couldn't make the money off the pork bellies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With the inside of trading. This is what's happening. Read on verse 12.
Verse 12. Then said they, we will restore them, and will require nothing of them. So will we do as thou sayest. Then I called the priests and took an oath of them.
He said, listen, I don't believe what y'all are saying.
Yeah.
Nehemiah said, I don't believe your words. I got to bring the priest.
Oh.
I got to bring men of God to come here and sit back and watch it and watch you say these words. Because they'll say, of course, but I got my fingers crossed. And they'll sit back here. They'll go ahead and use it once Nehemiah's gone. So what's happening? He's like, I need witnesses.
Yep.
I need a priestly witness to sit back and listen to you say I won't do it no more. This is crazy, Nehemiah no dummy, Yeah. Like y'all just saying this so you don't get your lands and assets taken from the king. So read verse 12 again.
Verse 12 from the top. Then said they, we will restore them, and will require nothing of them.
Mm-hmm.
So will we do as thou sayest. Then I called the priests and took an oath of them.
Take an oath, right?
Yep.
That they should do according to this promise.
So he's trying to seal and secure this deal. Read on.
And I shook my lap and said, so the Most
To
High.
shake his lap means he's shaking his pockets. And to shake your lap or your pockets is saying, listen, if you break this oath, I'm done with you. I ain't got nothing to do with you. I ain't vouching for you. I'm turning my back on you. This is what Nehemiah is saying. Okay? Read that. Read verse 13.
Also I shook my lap and said, so the Most High shake out every man from his house and from his labor that performeth not this
He
promise.
said, let the Most High curse you and curse that money that's your God. curse your labor, the hand work of your hands.
You don't like that.
If you don't sit back here and honor this vow or this oath you made to the Most High in front of the priest. Read on.
Even thus be he shaken out and emptied.
Well, you have nothing left. Read on.
And all the congregation said, Amen.
And when they say amen, amen means so be it. So you're saying, I agree that this is what it's going to be, and I'm okay with this with this determination, with the results. As the Most High as the Most High is my witness, I'm okay with this. So you're in agreement. They're in agreement with it.
Done. So listen, hold this verse. Go to Acts 18 and 6 just to sit back here so we can understand what the shaking of a garment really means.
Acts chapter 18, verse 6.
For further proof, read that Acts 18 and 6.
And when they opposed themselves and blasphemed, he shook his raiment.
So listen, this is Paul. When these people were going anti the direction he was teaching, he shook his garment. Read on.
And said unto them, your blood be upon your own heads.
He's like, I'm done with y'all. The shaking of garments, shaking of the lap, the shaking of the pockets.
Wiping the dust off your shoes.
And that's the next verse. The shaking the dust off your feet is you saying, I'm done with you. I'm going to let you roll. I'm moving on. I tried. I gave you my best effort, but now I can't deal with you. Read on.
Your blood be upon your own heads. I am clean. From henceforth, I will go unto the Gentiles.
Okay. Now, we'll explain that point in another time. I don't got time to go into that right now. But let this go and go to Mark 6 and 11.
Mark chapter 6, verse 11.
Let me get it real quick. Mark 6 and 11.
Mark chapter 6, verse 11. And whosoever shall not receive you, nor hear you, when ye depart thence, shake off the dust under your feet for a testimony against them.
Yep.
Verily I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Sodom and Gomorrah in the day of judgment than for that city.
It still deals with the shaking off the dust of your feet, shaking off your pockets, shaking off your pants. Whatever that shook movement is you saying, listen, I'm done with y'all. I tried. I'm moving on. So what Nehemiah is saying in chapter 5 is, listen, if you guys don't stick to this oath, I'm shaking myself from you. I'm moving on from you. Whatever curse got to come to you, it's got to come.
No, same thing in Matthew chapter 27, verse 24.
Matthew chapter 27, verse 24. When Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing.
It said when Pilate realized that the Pharisees wanted nothing but blood, and they had blood in their eyes, and they couldn't be convinced to not put Christ to death. Read on. But
that rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude.
And that's what the gesture represents. He said he took water in front of the multitude and did what?
Saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person.
So whether somebody is shaking their clothes or shaking their lap or shaking their pockets or wiping their garments or dusting off their garments or dusting off the dust off their feet, or whether a person take a bowl of water and wash their hands in front of you, all of it is symbolic of saying what?
I am innocent of
I told you. You can't say I didn't warn you. You can't say you didn't know. You can't say that you're not to blame. Whatever happens after this is what?
I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See ye to it.
It says, now it's on you. Anything that happens after this, it's on you now. It's your responsibility. You can't say I was ignorant. You can't say I didn't know.
We love that.
You can't say nobody told me. You can't say, hey, how could you blame me? It's not my fault. Nobody warned me. After this point, it's no, it's on you now. I'm innocent. I did my job. I tried to tell you. I tried to warn you. See it how you want to see it. After this, it's your responsibility. And no longer am I, like, we're supposed to be watchmen.
Yep, I was going to say that.
We're supposed to be sounding the trumpet.
That's Ezekiel 3 is what this is really coming from. After you were warned, blood's not on my hand.
Yeah, you've been warned. The trumpet has been blown.
Yep.
So now I'm no longer responsible. All those are just gestures to symbolize the fact that it's on you. Your determination, your punishment is on your shoulders.
No doubt. So let's get back to Nehemiah. You good? You good now?
Yes,
Let's go to Nehemiah 5 and 14 now.
Nehemiah chapter 5, verse 14. Moreover, from the time that I was appointed to be their governor in the land of Judah, from the 20th year even unto the 32nd year of Artaxerxes.
So he said, for the 12 years that I was the head of the city. So it took 52 days to build the wall, but he was made or appointed governor over that region for 12 years. So he said, for 12 years that I was in power in this city, read on.
That is 12 years, I and my brethren have not eaten the bread of the governor.
Meaning I didn't take a paycheck for the governor.
Wow.
I didn't take the payment of a governor for 12 years. That money went straight back to the city. I didn't exact any monies or any requirements to come back and take care of me for this leadership job.
And it could have justified it.
Oh, listen, the governor gets a paycheck. The governor gets a paycheck. He said that the paycheck that I was supposed to get, I rescinded it and just didn't take it at all.
Unlike all American politicians and presidents, they always leave office wealthier than they were when they started.
And well, first of all, they do. They get their paychecks from the state, from the government, but they also get some other monies.
Oh, yeah.
There's a whole lot of lobby money. Lobby money. Backdoor deals.
Biden money. Biden's son money.
No doubt. 10% to the big guy.
Yeah. What do you call it? For contracts? Contract money?
All I can tell you is if you want to know how senators and politicians get paid, look up AIPAC. AIPAC. And they give each senator plenty of money for their campaigns. The more you play ball, the more money you get.
Yep.
And I ain't gonna let you know online what lobby they are for. You can look it up yourself. AIPAC. I tell you what, everybody in the political realm gets a check from them and a handler. A handler that advises them on how they want them to sway. Every politician gets an AIPAC handler assigned to them. Just so you know that. So either they're going to pay you money or they're going to dig up dirt on you as leverage to get you to do what they want you to do.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched what was that show with Kevin Spacey as the president on Netflix?
House of Cards.
House of Cards. Listen, that first 3 seasons was a monster. And listen, how they gained leverage to get political decisions made, that was not just fiction. If you watch it, you'll know what I'm talking about. But the point is, I don't know how we got to this point. Oh, yeah, the governor, the money. Okay, the pay. The point is, he's saying, Nehemiah is like, listen, I didn't take a dime in my position. Everything, I lost more than I got. I said it earlier. This was the point where I was like, he didn't get anything out of this. All he got was that the wall got built and the people saw a good example and they saw he couldn't get bribed and he couldn't get swayed by finances. And all of his resources went to the helping of the people, the restoring of the people of their lands, and the construction costs getting established. So he said, I didn't take any extra. He didn't say I didn't take extra money. He didn't take the money that was owed to him. That's the difference. And I want to pull a connection between him and Paul. Because they're very similar in their actions about Paul did everything for everybody and didn't get anything back. And his glory to the Most High was that he got nothing back from people. That was his glory. The only thing he can glory about is he did all this work and got nothing out of it on the outside from people. 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 7 through 9.
2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 7.
Let me get it real quick. 2 Corinthians 11. Yes, sir.
2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 7. Have I committed an offense in abasing myself?
No, second. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. Slack you. Read again from the top.
Verse 7. Have I committed an offense in abasing myself that ye might be exalted?
What he's saying is, for him to be abased and his camp or church be exalted, meaning he had to go and do things that might not have been on the up and up, so that he never pulled resources from the people he was teaching. He said, I had to sit back here and embarrass myself and not get anything out the deal. So I didn't pull resources from people that didn't have a lot of resources already from the beginning. This is why even in our camp we fight our tails off not to ask for something unless we really need it. Not to ask and request things unless it's dire for the school, dire for the camp, dire for the church. Because you don't want to get in the habit of just pulling resources just because you can do it. Paul's like, I abase myself so that you can be exalted, meaning not taken from. Read on.
That means he has to live on a tight.
Ton.
He has to almost give himself a certain stipend to live off of,
Yep.
to where it's not luxurious, it's not extravagant.
Mm-hmm.
He's not embellishing and accentuating himself.
Yep.
Where he's living on a large budget.
Yep.
That means he lives on a very simplistic means.
Yep.
To be able to not be able to be a burden to the church.
Ton.
He simplified his budget
So that they can be exalted. The people can be exalted. This was the sacrifice Paul made, and Nehemiah is very similar in how he operated. He made all the sacrifice so the people would have more for them to have.
Also, Daniel did it when he despised the governor's meats and the king's table.
Mm-hmm.
And he said him and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, they just ate pulse.
Okay. And there we go. Let's continue.
Have I committed an offense in abasing myself that ye might be exalted? Because I have preached to you the gospel of the Most High freely.
So when he said, I'm supposed to teach this word without pulling the resources, I'm hearing the Israelites are charging people for breakdowns. What kind of craziness is this? Huh?
Yep.
Israel Online is charging people for breakdowns. I'm serious. I'm not going to name names. But people are doing that.
Mm-hmm.
If you want this special breakdown, or we're gonna call it a Hebrew university, are you serious? That wasn't what this was supposed to be.
At a discounted price.
So we're gonna say university, and then make it more fancy.
Counsel.
Or
Charging for counsel. Listen, bro.
Horrible, bro.
I'm charging you for counsel this month. And they got a problem. This month the counsel's half off. Got good counsel for you.
This is such a good counsel.
You gotta act now. Act now. You get two counsels. You get two counsels.
For the price of what?
You act now. You call right now.
2 for 1 high holiday special.
Two counsels for one price.
We know the high holidays are coming, man.
It's the 7th month out. They get counsels half off.
We getting close to the 7th month out. We got to make sure we knock these prices down. So everybody's smiling out here.
Like, we're not supposed to be extracting from the.
But that's the point.
Lord.
He's saying, I'm supposed to preach the gospel for free. It's supposed to be free, and whatever you want to do, you do. I'm not supposed to sit back and teach and oppress and take and demand. And if you need something from us, I can't give it to you unless you lose something. That was never the spirit of what leaders were supposed to be. Wasn't what the word was supposed to be like. But Israel exploits, and they exploit, and they take advantage of the young and the impressionable even now. It happens even now. That's so opposite of how it was supposed to be done. It's saddening. So it said, because I have preached to you the gospel of the Most High freely. There's a reason that when Paul was arrested at times, other teachers were happy that he was in jail. They were clowning him as they see if the Most High was with him. He wouldn't be in jail right now. Because this message was rubbing people the wrong way who was teaching the Most High's word and exploiting the people behind it. So Paul was creating enemies in Rome, in these foreign nations, and amongst other Israelites who was teaching the word, who just didn't like the fact that he didn't take nothing from the people. It was like that cop in Serpico, who wasn't on the take with the other cops, and the other cops didn't like Serpico because he wasn't on the take with them. So they were trying to set him up to get killed. Because you're not hustling, you're not robbing the drug dealers and keeping the money in your pocket like we are. So we can't trust you. It was almost you're messing the game up. Because that's what Paul was doing in the teaching Bible game. You're messing the game up. You're not taking it from the people. So you're making us look bad. So we got to attack you. That's what was happening back then. This is why Paul can say, my glory is in not taking anything from you.
Then it shows you, then if he was standing in opposition to that, then that was the common thing.
That's the point. That's the point I'm saying. The people were all about teaching the book for a gain. That's why Paul kept saying it wasn't about that. He was attacking a spirit that was prevalent amongst the people that taught the scriptures. Man, read on.
Verse 8. I robbed other churches, taking wages of them to do you service.
He said, I robbed and made some sneak moves other places to make sure y'all was covered so I wouldn't pull money and extract resources from you. I don't know if he was doing stick up. I don't know what was going on. But he said he robbed other churches just to not inconvenience the people that are suffering and struggling with him.
Play a little game.
Or those churches could have been established a little bit better. And they might have not missed the money as much. You know what I'm saying?
whatever it is. I'm not advocating that we do that.
He didn't break it down. Say what he did, what the play was. He didn't break the play down.
Nobody knows. All we know is that the people in his camp were survived and sustained because he didn't pull and exhaust and drain resources from them. And that we read earlier, I think it was in Philippians, about this was the gold approach to leadership. The gold approach to leadership is to not pull all these resources if you don't have to. Read on. Verse 9.
Verse 9. And when I was present with you and wanted, I was chargeable to no man.
He said, when I was present and I was lacking, I didn't have. I was chargeable to no man. I still didn't pull from y'all. Even though I was hurting and I needed. I still wasn't chargeable. I still didn't pull nothing from y'all. So it could be said, oh yeah, Paul is just taking, you know what, as brother. I didn't do that. I restrained myself and I just suffered. And think about this. I mean, Israelites come out here, all I do is give and give and give and give them back. Well, welcome to Bible land. That's what the Bible's supposed to be. I've heard all they was teach and teach. I've heard old generals who eventually Most High removes them. I know. I'm thinking about one in particular. When I was on a road crew, say, man, you know, I wake up at the night, and sometimes, and I was like, man, what have I done with all my life? I have nothing to show for my life. And I talked to a brother that was a head guy, and he said these are spirits he fought with. He wake up and man, I'm 40 plus years old, and I have nothing to show for my life. And then shortly after that, the deterioration began. Then the decisions were more based upon him getting what he wants versus giving back. Because that's a demon that hits a person that was low-key in it for something. Listen, in it for something.
And that demon can hit anybody.
It can hit in. These are the lessons you learn so that you don't do them when you get to that position.
In the past.
You have to fight your tail off to make sure everything you do for the camp is for free. As wives, everything you do for your husband is for free. As husband, everything you give to your wife is for free. When you start playing that expectation game, that's when sin starts to creep in there, and now you're susceptible to your covetousness.
And that's what I wanted to bring this out and follow what you just said right there. This is follow page 447. He said, because that's that spirit, that demon that you're talking about is that covetous. He said, moreover.
Hold on, let me type it in.
It's
we're gonna type it. We're gonna dance and follow on Monday too.
Page 447, line 144.
Okay.
He says, moreover, he warns you in this way: is something belonging to another? He said, does somebody have something that you don't have? He says, do not covet. That's the first thing. When you start looking outside yourself and you start examining and comparing what they got and what you don't have, and what they got and what he got, what she got. When you start looking outside of your condition, that's the first step to letting Satan in.
No doubt, bro.
Because it's that covetousness. It's the first step to not be content about where you are in your circumstance. Because you start comparing. I'm comparing people. I'm comparing scenarios. I'm comparing situations. Yeah. I'm comparing who got what and what I don't got and what I don't have. He says.
What line is that again?
144.
Yes, sir.
He says, is this something belonging to another? He says, do not covet. He says, is it your own? He said, or do you possess something that other people don't possess? He says, use it as not using it. Meaning, you use what you got as your resources, but don't use it upon your own lust where it only benefits you.
It's not yours then.
Because it's really not yours.
That's the point.
And he says, have you great abundance? Share it with others. It says, if you have a more of an advantage, resource-wise, and your advantages may excel the advantages of other people, he says, then share what you got to even it up. Because when you go to 2 Corinthians 8:13, read that real quick. 2 Corinthians 8:13.
2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 13.
Read that.
For I mean not that other men be eased and ye burdened.
Yep. Read on.
But by an equality, that now at this time your abundance may be a supply for their want.
So any leverage that you have in resources is supposed to automatically, you're supposed to look at it as not mine. I have an advantage, but what you mean, the way you look at it is my advantage is a resource to somebody else's poverty, to somebody else's disadvantage. He says so that by an equality. Meaning, as waves go up, because that's how money go. Your money flows. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. But when you do have it, you're supposed to leverage it out and equal it out and balance it out to those that don't have it. Yeah. So that you're not just stuck with just this overabundance and everybody else got this underabundance. He said, but by an equality, you balance it out. Read on.
But by an equality, that now at this time your abundance may be a supply for their want. That their abundance...
And it's vice versa. When you don't have it, what they have in abundance, read on.
That their abundance also may be a supply for your want.
And that's why Philo says, have you great abundance? Share it with others. He says, for the beauty of riches is not in the purse, but in the power it gives one to succor those who are in need. He says, the beauty of having riches is, look how many people I can help with these riches.
Yep.
Look how many people that I can offset their poverty with these riches. That's how you're supposed to look at riches.
No doubt.
I can look at the amount of people I can dispense this to and raise them out of their circumstance. Not versus, man, I'm glad I'm sitting on this. Now I got some choices to make. Now I got some decisions to make.
How can I come up?
How can I come up? Now
many options.
All those things that I wanted to do, now I can finally do. He says, have you but little? Do not envy those who have much. It says, no one will pity a poor man who is always envious. It says, so if you don't have a whole bunch, don't let that spirit of envy kick in. So he's showing you how to stay balanced with your resources.
And Paul is saying, listen, if I'm around people that whose resources are limited, why am I going to put a greater strain on these people whose resources are already limited?
Right, who's already suffering.
So let me sit back here and do the suffering and not let the people who are around me that are suffering be even in a more difficult situation. Even though I know because they love me, they'll come through for me. Why put them through more strain? He says, that's how I'm not chargeable to you. And that's my greatest glory I can retain for the Most High. That I went through, suffered these things, and that you guys didn't have to feel my suffering.
You get to sleep with a clear conscience.
Kinda.
Knowing you didn't do anybody dirty.
But that's gold caliber work. That's gold leadership that we're all fighting to attain. And this is why all those other Bible leaders and scholars had such a problem with Paul, because he was messing the game up for everybody.
He's making everybody look bad.
And we're going to go into more specifics in that in 1 Corinthians 9. 1 Corinthians 9 and 11 through 19.
1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 11.
And like I said, I'm going here because Nehemiah showed this so much in his conduct. That everything was for everybody else and not to satiate anything he needed. It was never about him. And that's what made him a great leader. Read that, 1 Corinthians 9.
1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 11. If we have sown unto you spiritual things, is it a great thing if we shall reap your carnal things?
Now listen, I've heard this verse from generals
But used in a different way.
used in the bad way. For numerous times and numerous years, they only read verse 11. They don't read down the line. Okay, read it again. This is a classic one. Read that again.
1 Corinthians 9 and 11. If we have sown unto you spiritual things, is it a great thing if we shall reap your carnal things?
Stop. Stop. Don't read any more of the chapter. See, that's why you got to give up the cash. Let me stop. This is why you've got to sacrifice, because the verse said it. Read verse 12.
Verse 12. If others be partakers of this power over you, are not we rather?
He said, we're not doing what they're doing. He said, other churches are using this power over you. And they're and they're not wrong. They're not wicked, but we're not doing that. Once again, whether you're reading in the New Testament with the Gospels, or you're reading about Paul's works, you keep reading about Christ and men like him who went above and beyond
The regular daily.
the works, or the works that were presently being done. Paul is like, listen, people sit back here and say, if I'm giving you spirit, I should reap carnal. If I'm giving you counsel, I should get paid. Paul is like, if others be partakers of this power over you, are not we rather? Read on.
Nevertheless, we have not used this power.
We didn't use this power. We're not going to use this power and leverage over you. I might be able to pull that card, but we choose not to pull that card. That's why you don't hear us banging on classes about tithes and you got to give and you got to give. If you don't want to give, then you don't give. That's on you and the Most High. Well, but what else am I going to do to give to the Most High if I'm not in a camp? I'm just going to say that. If you're not in the camp, what are you doing for the Most High if you're not giving? But are we going to sit back here and pound you about that? No. If that ain't what you want to give, so be it. But what are you giving to the Most High? That inconveniences you. But that's neither here or there. Paul is like, listen, we don't use that power and leverage over you to get what we want out the deal, to make our life comfortable.
He said he could.
He could though. Like they do it, but he don't do it though. Read on.
Nevertheless, we have not used this power, but suffer.
We'll just suffer and teach and not get nothing out the deal. He said, we'll suffer, we'll suck it up and not get the extra leverage and financial support and help that others use and flex on people. There's certain camps where you got to pay monthly dues. I'm not going to name the name to those particular camps. You got to pay monthly fees to be a part of the I'm not, see, I was going to spill it out. Be a part of the crew. I was thinking of a certain color that you have to wear, but let me stop. Then you had to spend monthly dues to be a part of the club, the cool kids club, so you can march around and be cool.
Oh, you say rank has its privileges.
There you go.
Yep.
And that's what people said back in the day too. But we don't pull that card. Read on.
But suffer all things.
We'll just suffer and work and sacrifice and do all this grind stuff so we can be independent of having to use leverage to get people to pay for the services. Read on.
Lest we should hinder the gospel of Christ.
Because all that extraction of resources, it hinders it. It can create the idea that the teaching and the word of the Most High is for gain. And because if we really want to make the message as pure as possible, we have to remove ourselves out of the equation so people can just say, man, these people are just giving for free classes online, free counsel, free attention. That process is what makes the word pure. Now, when you start adding monies and requirements like that, then all of a sudden, it can be perceived that it ain't about the purity of the work, that it's about gain. So Paul would like to eliminate that thought that brothers are about themselves. He don't ask for nothing when he's in need. Read on.
Verse 13. Do ye not know that they which minister about holy things live of the things of the temple?
But he said it again. It's not wicked to get blessed from the work that you do in the temple. He's like, the priest survived off of being the priest by the people bringing and supporting the resources. He said that's what's supposed to be the case. But to be blameless in the eyes of the Most High in Christ and not allow the word to be in any way to be speculated that it's about the money. Why? Because people over decades and generations and hundreds of years always connect people that teach the Bible with what? It's a money hustle. It's a racket. The preacher man just sits back here and gives you some God conversations and wants a collection plate to flow around. Am I right or wrong? That is how it's looked upon as a hustle. So Paul is like, it's nothing wrong with it, but the way people look at it and how people have been exploited, it taints the message. So let me remove myself from even pulling from people so that the word is going to always remain at its purest form. Read on.
And they which wait at the altar are partakers with the altar.
Come on. So he's not poo-pooing the fact that teachers and preachers get resources for teaching, but Paul, to be perfect in Christ, didn't receive it. Read on.
Even so hath the Lord ordained that they which preach the gospel should live of the gospel.
Come on.
But I have used none of these
He
things.
says, but I've used none of these things I should be able to get. Just like Nehemiah said, I could have got a governor's pay. I didn't take a dime. I could have got rewarded for this work. This is hard-ass work. Dealing with a foreign nation wanting to kill me. I didn't sign up for this. I didn't know I was going to experience this.
Yep.
Snake Israelites taking advantage of people. I got to check them and put them in order.
You made it hard, bro.
You're making it hard. I damn near deserve this governor's pay.
He more than deserves it.
But I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to take this bread that Artaxerxes commissioned any governor of any country to get. This is no different than Paul not taking something that he had a right to. Read on.
But I have used none of these things, neither have I written these things, that it should be so done unto me.
I'm not even writing it so it can be done to me. Read on.
For it were better for me to die than that any man should make my glorying void.
Because our glorying should be in the things that we give up for the Most High's sake.
Willingly.
Our glory should be based upon what I didn't take advantage of when I had the opportunity to do so.
Yep.
That's what we're supposed to glory. That's the only thing we can glory in Christ with, is the sacrifices we choose to give up willingly in consideration of the body. What else can we glory in? We're not supposed to glory in our money and our cars and our finances and what we've accumulated in the world. We're supposed to glory in what we sacrifice for the body's sake. That's the only thing we should have happiness in. Read on.
Verse 16. For though I preach the gospel, I have nothing to glory of.
Mm-hmm.
For
now he's like, though I preach the gospel, there's nothing in the physical that I can say, man, this is why you do it. You see this Bentley? Lord gave me this Bentley. Lord gave me this plane. That was the Lord did that. Damn, was it? He said, I have nothing to glory of in this work, but his sacrifices. Read on.
For necessity is laid upon me.
What does it mean? I'm living day to day. I'm not sure if it's ramen tomorrow. I'm not sure what I got waiting for me tomorrow. Is it a salad? That's it? I don't know. Necessity is laid for me. And I'm okay with living in the spirit of necessity versus living comfortable and glorying in what I've accomplished in my teaching. Read on.
I'm going to bring this up too. In that point, 2 Corinthians 11 and 9, or 11 and 12, he's explaining why he's choosing to take nothing as far as payment or resources from the church.
Yep, that's a good one.
He's explaining.
2 Corinthians 11.
11 and 12.
Yep.
Read that.
2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 12.
Read that.
But what I do,
He said, but I'm going to tell you what I'm doing. I'm going to tell you why I do what I do. Read on.
but what I do,
Go ahead.
that I will do.
He said, I'm going to keep doing it.
Mm-hmm.
What you see me doing is what I will continue doing, taking nothing from the church. There's a purpose and a reason why he's living frugally on a minimal lifestyle. He's going to explain it to you why he's doing it. Read.
That I may cut off occasion from them which desire occasion.
He says because I want you to be able to see that there's a difference between the way I do things in Christ versus what I see other people do in Christ. He says because I'm going to kill the opportunity for those that come in here trying to gain opportunity.
When it says take an occasion, I'm going to use any opportunity that I can to come up. That's a person taking occasion. He says, I'm not going to take the occasion that I've seen so many other teachers take for their advantage. I'm not going to take that bump in money. I'm not going to take this extra bread to do me, even though I could have pulled it off.
Read.
That I may cut off occasion from them which desire occasion.
Go ahead.
That wherein they glory.
He says because people do things for the wrong reason. So Paul said, I got to make sure that you see my lifestyle as a stark contrast to those that come in here talking about they're doing this for Christ, but they have a whole different agenda. Read on.
That wherein they glory.
He's going to explain when they glory in the fact that they're using this position to gain something out of it. He said that's what they glory in. Go ahead.
They may be found even as we.
He said, but they try to make it look like they're one of us. He said, but what separates them from us is look at how they live and look at what they're living off of versus how we live and what we're living off of. Read on.
Verse 13. For such are false apostles.
He said, because you got to be able to see the difference. Paul said, if I don't come in here doing this work for free, you'll never know who's a real representative of Christ or who's not. He has to live this kind of life so that you could see a distinguished difference between the real and the fake. He's got to expose the real between the real and the fake. You wouldn't be able to know, man, that's a good brother, man. That's a good teacher. Or that's a good prophet. Or that's a good worker in Christ. How would you know if you didn't check the lifestyle?
And this is why, for teachers and brothers who want to be teachers, this is why we even try to teach brothers not to get ribs just to gain. That's how it was back in the day. Brothers would choose ribs just to get an extra paycheck in the house.
Not the lover.
Not the lover. Not the developer. Not to invest into a person. I've seen men have 3 and 4 ribs just to cover their bills.
As objects of gain.
They say, I just need to survive, bro. I'm like, so you got the time to invest in the 3 and 4 ribs? No. But I got to do what I got to do. Do you? And what type of example are you showing to everybody else? Whether it's how I run a camp, how I run my household, it's the same thing, isn't it?
Wow.
People are looking at everything that you do, and some people are going to pattern themselves off of what you do. I've seen it in the 90s. Brothers chose ribs to survive. It was a survival rib. You think I'm joking? Listen, it sounds funny, but this is what was happening. Brother, listen. Brothers made decisions just to survive. And if they're going to make decisions to survive in their household, what are they going to do if they rent a camp? They're going to make moves to survive in a camp. Because what matters is me just being comfortable and having the things I want.
Not having stress.
I guess you know what that means? I am getting a rib for my occasion. If I'm getting ribs for my occasion in the word, I'm gonna make moves for my occasion as a camp head. It's the same spirit. Am I right or wrong? This is why we have to fight our tails off to not make decisions that please us in any of our realms. And this is why Paul wrote this. You can't make decisions just for your occasion, for your situation. All of a sudden, my morals and how I think changes because that my needs have gotten worse.
More
Now I gotta get an extra rib now because my money's funny.
But
I gotta make all these moves,
right?
Because my conditions just changed up.
But Dawiah brought it out earlier, but we didn't read the verse. Read Ecclesiastes 10:31. Dawiah mentioned it, but we didn't read it all. We didn't read it. You just quoted it. Read that Ecclesiastes 10:31. Because go ahead.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 10, verse 31.
Read that.
He that is honored in poverty.
So you know a man when he's in what kind of condition.
He that is honored in poverty.
Because you know a man's behavior. You can respect a man based on his behavior when he ain't got nothing. You could check a man's intentions when he's in a real poor state. He exposes himself, and you could see his thought process when he's where
in poverty.
And you can see if a man got morals or if a man is immoral. You can say if a man he's a good man. You can check his nothing changes when he's in poverty. He still has a charitable nature, or is he thirsty, or is he desperate, or does he make irrational moves? All that can be seen when a man is in poverty. Read.
He that is honored in poverty, how much more in riches?
It doesn't change. He doesn't change the desire to do people good and why he does what he does. It doesn't change when his situation changes or when his money's low, or he's not making desperate moves. But you can best believe that this man has that nature in him, even when he's out of poverty. That ability to be desperate and to go against the grain is still there, even when he gets up on his feet. Read on.
And he that is dishonorable in riches, how much more in poverty?
If I'm dishonorable in riches when things are comfortable, how much more am I going to be dishonorable?
You'd be surprised. What? I mean to cut you off, but what does the definition of occasion you think is?
Opportunist.
There you go.
It's an opportunist.
Kinda.
Because there's a lot of people that do things that come to the truth, and they're opportunists. They see I gotta do this because this is my chance to change my condition.
A man can have more than one woman as an opportunity for me to come up now.
Yeah,
I can really come up now. This all things are lawful, but not what?
Speeding.
What spiritualness served for you at the time? And can we sit back here and make the expedient choice or the decision of opportunity and occasion?
Paul was exposing opportunists.
Because of the freedom that they had in Christ. Just because you got freedom doesn't mean you have freedom to exploit. And that's the challenge that we as young leaders and older leaders have to be conscious of. How much can I use of this occasion or opportunity and freedom that I have? Can I just use all my freedoms because I got the rank to do so? Or I got the power to do so?
It's easy to become a tyrant.
Or just an opportunist. That's the word. An opportunist. If I get an opportunity, let me take it. If something new comes, let me take it. It's mine. Because I have an opportunity to get it.
But they'll do it under the guise of a believer. Under the cloak that I'm a believer in Christ. But I'm still getting my opportunities taken advantage of. I'm taking advantage of my opportunities even while I'm so-called a Hebrew. Or even though I'm a Hebrew Israelite.
That's heavy in the Israelite community. Really heavy.
That's why people become Israelites a lot of times. Oh, I can give benefits? I'll be Israelite.
Yeah. Oh, you can have 2 ribs?
I was out eating pork. I won't come on the Fridays no more.
I'll eat pork now. Ain't no need for pork.
Yeah.
I get this opportunity.
I can get, yeah.
We ain't say no names. We had a brother back in the day that he argued in class all the time. Like he always argued in class, always. And then
a lot of people. Yeah. That's not a clear enough description.
I'm
talking about.
It'll get clearer. He argued all the time. He used to actually get a kick out of bringing other people.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, I got you.
He got a kick out. So I knew it'd come to you.
Yeah.
He got a kick out of bringing.
I had to get the hell out of there when that guy came in here. Right?
Yeah, because he was only a gangster.
Exactly.
He only wanted to bring people in to argue with you, and he'll get a kick out of watching you bring new people in so you can debate them on the podium. So, but when the brother found out that brothers have 2 wives, He went and put weave in his hair to try to be a brother.
Oh, that see, I thought it was another guy. Now I know the guy. There's so many gainsayers that walk through these doors. I thought you were going one way.
No.
You went another way.
Now you know. That the brother. Now all of a sudden, shalom. Now all of a sudden, he's Hebrew. When they put the weave.
Yes.
Put the weave in his hair.
I never seen a man put weave braid in his head before. Until then,
I got to have too.
Yeah.
And it was like the micro braid stuff too. It was done well.
It's the African braid. But all of a sudden, you went from arguing and bringing pastors from other churches in the class, bringing Catholic priests into the class. You love to watch.
I was old school.
Yeah, love to watch arguments in the class.
He's like this.
Yeah, yeah. What you gonna say about that? No, you heard what he said. What you gonna say about that? That's what he would do. He would love to see, hostility.
Charlie old debate, mate.
Yeah, you gotta keep
Charlie debate, mate.
All that stopped though.
Cheerio.
At a time, all that when brother said, "Oh man, you got 2 wives?" Shalom. Y'all tell me more about this. Yeah, got weaved up, and that's the same brother that one day we had to cancel class.
Yes,
we had one class we canceled. Out of all the classes, we canceled one.
Put this in the mailbox.
No.
You stuck it on the wall. No, stuck it on the window. Yes,
he stuck a letter on the wall. I came for the truth, and the truth wasn't here.
Like, come on. Yeah. He really came for Christ, and nobody was there for him, man.
Because we didn't do rib counsel. That's what it was. That's what he wanted. Yep. He wanted to counsel about his rib. But a lot of people are opportunists.
They take the leverage that they can get from this to gain and to take and to gain and to take.
It's a personal come up.
And this is why Paul's example, and this is why you will always hear a lot of times us say no. No to the extra indulgence. No to the extra stuff. Because if you don't learn restraint now and faith now, when you get to be a camp head or a top couple, you're going to sit back and be fighting to get what you want. And you're going to ruin the flock. And the flock's going to see nothing but a bunch of takers at the top.
Yep.
And then they're going to leave. This is why Paul said, for the gospel's sake, so it's not hindered. People don't see the gospel and interpret takers and opportunists. Like most people scoff at religion right now because they see nothing but opportunists and takers. But some people don't follow people in the scriptures now. And that's why Israelites have such a bad name. Because we're known as being a bunch of takers. There's takers and users.
Abusers of ribs.
Abusers of men, abusers of ribs. And we run them to the ground and chew them up, spit them out.
Surviving the Israelite
like Michael Vick with a head wrap on, huh?
Like I said, that is how we are looked upon, and not enough of us fight our tails off to restrain our possible advantages and shoving those advantages, shoving those opportunities for the sake of the men and women having an experience in this truth as pure as can possibly be.
I got to clarify that Michael Vick. Michael Vick had a burial ground in his backyard. Just to get more detail, he had a burial ground of dog bones out in his backyard. He had a pit, like the Holocaust of dogs out. There's a dog Holocaust in his backyard out. So what was he doing? He just making his little bread. His homeboy, maybe not Michael Vick, but his homeboys were just dog lost, cool, next dog. Dog lost, next dog. That's not really ownership. That's not like fair ownership of an animal.
Okay. So, you good with that?
I'm good.
Good enough?
After verse 13.
Okay.
Count.
No,
2 Corinthians, right?
2 Corinthians, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 11, I believe.
Count.
11 and 13.
2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 13. For such are false prophets, deceitful workers, transforming themselves into the apostles of Christ.
It's a lot of people that will pretend to be the apostles of Christ. He says, but Paul's lifestyle made it easier for you to separate,
to clearly see it,
to see who's really an apostle of Christ versus who's in it for themselves, who's an opportunist. I just wanted to bring that up. You let it go back to 1 Corinthians 9.
Kinda. So listen. So now let's go 1 Corinthians 9 and verse 16.
1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 16.
Read 15.
Verse 15. But I have used none of these things, neither have I written these things, that it should be so done unto me. For it were better for me to die, than that any man should make my glorying void.
Read on.
For though I preach the gospel, I have nothing to glory of.
It's nothing in the... Now he's talking about... Normally when he says to glory, he's talking about glorying in the spirit. We like, in this situation, I have nothing to glory of in the carnal. Read on.
For necessity is laid upon me.
Necessity means my bills are high, my credit card's high. I don't have money on access. Necessity is laid upon me, like necessity is laid on everybody else.
All the residual expenses have been they're gone already. There's nothing in the tank.
Time.
There's nothing in the bank or the tank, bro. You riding on E.
Yep.
Your situation is dire. You're borrowing.
Okay.
You're trying to borrow to get through to make it.
Rob Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah.
And he's like, the priest should be like this too. If you choose to be perfect in the work. Read on.
For necessity is laid upon me. Yea, woe is unto me, if I preach not the gospel.
Okay, read on.
For if I do this thing willingly,
So, if I do this thing willingly, read on.
I have a reward.
What does that mean? Because a lot of times this verse is explained the wrong way also. What he is saying, if I do this thing willingly, I have a reward. If I operate the way everybody else operates, I get a reward. If I operate to get something out the deal, I have a reward in the carnal. Read on.
For if I do this thing willingly, I have a reward.
If I sit back and operate and teach in the spirit of all these other preachers to get something out the deal, I have a carnal reward. We just read in verse 16, he has nothing to glory of in the carnal. But if I do this to get a reward, I'll get it. Read on.
But if against my will,
And against what I want in the flesh, if I teach this word against what I want to get in the fleshly premise, if I teach against my will, meaning I'm teaching but not getting anything out of the deal, read on.
a dispensation of the gospel is committed unto me.
Let's look at dispensation. Dispensation, the first one.
Distribution.
So he says, if I sit back here and make this not about what I want, but about what the people want, then I get a distribution of the gospel to me. I am awarded the gospel. And I can teach this word and really penetrate people. People have pulled this verse and said, if you do this work against your will, the dispensation, meaning there's a matter of time before he takes it away from you. That's not what the verse says. When you read it from the top to the bottom, he's saying, listen, if I do this to get what I want out the deal, I'll get a reward. I'll get extra. But if I do it against my will, against what I want in the flesh, then the Most High is really going to teach me what the gospel's about. He's going to award me the lessons of what this word really means and the potency behind it. It's just like those people that pray out in front of the synagogues. They got their what?
Got their reward.
When these people out here teach and they counsel for a check, you got your reward. But the ones who don't make it about the carnal reward, they get it in the spirit. They get the real understanding and the lessons that come from the gospel. You get the real secrets of what the spirit's about. That's what the dispensation is. It's a distribution of what the word is really about. Read that last part again. But if against my will.
But if against my will.
That is against what you want out the deal. When I teach, and it's not about my will, it's not about what I want, it's not about the reward that I'm trying to get, then the distribution of the gospel is given to me. Read on.
But if against my will, a dispensation of the gospel is committed unto
You
me.
know, to commit meaning you've earned something. So why would it be me teaching against the will? Why would I get rewarded with a committed of the gospel if I didn't want to do it? Does that make sense? Huh? So
I know what you're saying makes sense.
because what people have said is when people are teaching and they're not wanting to do it, then there's a certain period of time before you run off your course and the Most High deals away with you. That's not what this says.
Like a doing away or a discharge.
He says, I am distributing you something to commit, to teach to others if you don't do it about, if you don't make this teaching about you.
It's a whole different way to look at it.
It's a whole different way to look at it. He says, I'm committing the gospel to people who don't make it about themselves.
But you can never understand that if you was about yourself.
Con. And if you ain't reading the whole thing too, because the whole thing was about Paul not making it about him. That's what it means to be against his will. Against what he would want, a normal man would want to glory in the flesh. If I'm making this word not about what I want in my pocket, my security, and it's about the pureness of the word, the Most High Christ will sit back here and commit a distribution of this gospel to me. Does that make sense?
It's no different than the Most High said he revealed his secrets unto the meek.
Con.
So the Most High got additional rewards that can be given out, but you have to have the right attitude and the right mentality with the right virtue upon you in order to receive those additional benefits.
And the number one thing is you can't be in it for you. And
you're
going to be constantly put in scenarios where you want to choose what your comfort or what the body needs. And if you constantly choose the body, a distribution of the gospel will be committed unto you to hold on to. Just like in Ecclesiastes where it says, wisdom tries you through what? Crooked paths before it can trust you. The Spirit won't be with you until it can trust that you won't put yourself before the flock. Okay, read verse 18.
Verse 18. What is my reward then?
So now it goes back to the reward. After Paul wasn't about his will and wasn't about the carnal rewards, then what is the reward for doing this work and putting yourself last? Doesn't that flow in the topic way better than how we used to teach it? Read on.
Verily that, when I preach the gospel, I may make the gospel of Christ without charge.
That's the reward. The reward was that the message got brought out in its purest form. That's it.
And nobody can say that the church's fault. I don't believe in God anymore. I don't believe in Christ anymore. I don't believe in the Bible anymore.
Because I think these people took advantage of me.
Exactly.
The glory in what we do is to remove that stumbling block from the people. So there's no reason why they can't see this word in its purest light.
Because people will always have an excuse of why they don't want to believe in the Most High. Or don't want to commit.
So it's up to us to fight our tails off to remove all those excuses so they can see the light as clearly as possible.
First thing is, the Bible's written by a white man.
Yep.
I mean, that's the most basic. The Bible's been tampered with. Those are the basic, excuses. The common excuses. The elementary excuses. Then there's other excuses. Well, I've been taken advantage of in the church. Oh, I've been touched in the church. I've been this in the church. Yep. Then there's deeper excuses that people have to say, I don't want to follow that.
Yep.
So then you got to become more uncomfortable so that it takes away that excuse. And that's 2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 9. Read that.
Mm-hmm. We're right here. Second
Corinthians, yeah.
2 Corinthians chapter 9.
I believe it's verse 9. Read that.
Verse 9. As it is written, he hath dispersed abroad.
Hold on. Let's see. 2 Corinthians. Let me see. No, we was reading it earlier. It was 2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 9.
Yeah.
Read that.
2 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 9. For ye know the grace of our Lord Yahushua, that though he was rich, yet for your sakes he became poor.
And this is where Paul is patterning his whole teaching approach.
Exactly. Because you need a bigger, stronger example in order to convince people to go further.
And that ties back into Nehemiah. He had to be the one that lost his money to inspire these other leaders and heads and princes to lose their money. To be even halfway fair, he had to lose all his money, or a large chunk of his money, so that these people could sit back here and be just decent and follow the law.
Just to be fair with each other.
Just to be fair and follow the law on the most basic level. He had to come off of his pocket for things he didn't even do. That wasn't his debt. He took on debt just to take the spirit of hatred off of these damn leaders to satiate their hunger and to look after these people. But this is what Paul is teaching too. The greatest lesson is for the head to lose. And then that lesson will trickle down to a more selfless individual.
And the greater the lesson, the greater the sacrifice.
God. And that's how you can move mountains. That's how you can move people. They got to see you make the sacrifice first, and then it cascades down. Yes, that one.
It's like, is that like when a person say, I'll do it if you do it?
Yeah.
Let me see you do it.
Or they won't say. They'll either say that, or they'll look at you and say, "Khan," and you know that's what they're thinking.
Right. I don't see you doing it.
Or they won't say anything. They'll say, "Khan, I'll do that,"
Right.
and they're not moving. And you do this, and they're like, "Khan, I'll do it."
But they waiting.
And you're like, "Okay," and like, "Okay, I get where this is coming from. I gotta lead from the front." This is what Nehemiah is doing. This is what Paul was teaching. Their leadership styles are the same.
He said the Jews require a sign.
But what's a sign do? There's different kinds of signs. A punch in the mouth is a sign. Listen, a belt to your butt is a sign. These are all signs. And they all feel bad. Or the leader losing is a sign. What sign do you want to give to your family and to your camp? Shows what kind of man you are and what kind of leader you are. Okay, so go back to 1 Corinthians 9, and just give me 18 real quick.
Yeah.
And 19.
1 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 18. What is my reward then? Verily that, when I preach the gospel, I may make the gospel of Christ without charge, that I abuse not my power in the gospel.
That was what Paul, the glory, the real glory and reward is to be blameless. And that the message is as pure as possible. Read on.
Verse 19. For though I be free from all men, yet have I made myself servant unto all, that I may gain the more.
You gain more when you serve more. But you serve more by leading from the front and sacrificing. Being the leader in sacrifice always gets people to push harder. People think that I got to sit back here and make people change by whipping and lashing and correcting and yelling and doing push-ups. I've seen a better way when a person's out of order, ignore them and do more work than they are. That's how you get a person to change more. Just do more work and be a better example. And either they're going to change and see your example and follow you, or they're going to fade them out the way. That's the best way to be an example.
You got to remove skepticism.
Done. So, we're going to let that go. Let that go and go back to Nehemiah.
Nehemiah.
Matter of fact, I'm sorry. One more. 2 Thessalonians 3 verse 8 through 18. 3 verse 8 through 13.
Second Thessalonians chapter 3. You said verse 8, sir?
3 verse 8, yes, sir.
Second Thessalonians chapter 3 and verse 8.
Read that.
Neither did we eat any man's bread for naught, but wrought with labor and travail night and day, that we might not be chargeable to any of you.
Paul is like, listen, man, I was working right with you in the thick of the battle so that nobody can say I'm just taking advantage of my position. Paul was like, it ain't just about teaching. He's teaching and working with the body to justify what he earns and his ability to survive. This is the example, just like Nehemiah was in the thick with the people, no sleep, up all day, up all night, making sure construction's there, in the middle of these town hall meetings, in the thick of the councils, and coming with solutions.
Yeah.
Read on.
Verse 9. Not because we have not power, but to make ourselves an ensample unto you.
He says, I have the power to fade back and just drop orders and be a tough guy. But for your sake, I'm not going to be chargeable to anybody. Nobody's going to say, oh man, these brothers out here, they don't live by what they say. Read on.
But to make ourselves an ensample unto you to follow us. For even when we were with you, this we commanded you, that if any would not work, neither should he eat.
He said, we commanded you this, so we got to live by what we're telling you. If we're telling y'all, and we're setting an example that if you don't work, we don't eat, you don't eat, then we got to sit back and work to justify our eating. Right. Read on.
For we hear that there are some which walk among you disorderly, working not at all, but are busybodies.
This is what we were just explaining. The people that aren't trying to work, if you don't work, you don't eat. And you're going to see me working. So when you don't work and you don't get no food, don't complain. Because everybody in this building is trying to change. And if you don't want to change and get on board with this pattern and pace, then you can kick rocks and go over there. This is why you're an example or an ensample. So negative people that don't want to get on board with the pace that everybody else is giving themselves to, there's no out for you. Either you're going to lock in like from the top to the bottom is locking in, or you can go over there and do your own thing. It's all good.
There's no loose ends.
But loose ends are created when the top ain't putting the work in with the bottom. Then the people that are gainsayers and busybodies are saying, well, he ain't doing it. Why do I have to do it? He's not giving himself to it. Why do I have to do it? You have to neutralize the gainsayer by staying ahead and putting the work in. That's how you stay on top of that negative-minded person. Read on.
Verse 12. Now them that are such we command and exhort by our Lord Yahushua, that with quietness they work and eat their own bread.
So he's like, these busybodies and these gainsayers, y'all go over and eat your own bread. You're not going to sit back and partake in what we're doing. If you don't want to be a part of what we're doing, eat your own bread over there and shut your mouth. Because we're all in here fighting together. If you want to gainsay and criticize and Monday morning quarterback, then do that over there. And you sit back and figure a way to eat and sustain yourself. Don't be around us, busybody and complaining, scrutinizing, having an opinion, and not putting the work in.
Talking crazy. Yep. Comparing all day.
You can compare your ass over there and figure out what you're going to eat tonight. And everything's going to be okay. In Christ's name. In Yahweh's name. Amen. And that's it. We ain't got to argue with you when you ain't going to partake with us. And be negative and gainsaying at the same damn time. Read on.
Verse 13. But ye, brethren, be not weary in well doing.
So you know what the reality, every new generation that comes in, you got to outwork them. That's what that means. Every new group that comes in, you got to show them why you're the head. You got to lead from the front. Every new generation that comes in. You got to outwork, outproduce, out-sacrifice, out-dedicate to set the tone. That's why you can't be weary in well-doing. Because every generation, you got to keep doing well. Keep being an example. Keep being on point. Let that verse go. Let's get back to Nehemiah and finish this up, man. That was important to go over those sets of verses to explain how Nehemiah's sacrifices really do parallel Paul's sacrifices and Christ's sacrifices, and that's why this chapter is even in there. Because you can easily gloss past Nehemiah and just read it like it's just a story, man. Yeah. There's a lot here. There's a lot of lessons about leadership, love, and what it takes to really unify.
Sacrifice.
Yes. It takes sacrifice to unify. All right. Nehemiah chapter 5.
We stopped at 14.
Yeah, let's go to... So 14 was talking about Nehemiah not taking that governor's paycheck from Artaxerxes and made his life a living sacrifice across the board. Read on verse 15.
Nehemiah chapter 5, verse 15. But the former governors that had been before me were chargeable unto the people.
There you go. The other ones before me were taking money, taking bribes, taking advantage of the people, using their power and leverage to take advantage of the people. He's even saying in the same vernacular that Paul was saying. Chargeable. He says they were chargeable. Paul was like, I'm not going to be chargeable like you guys are.
Right.
You see the same type of communication? So Nehemiah is like, I'm not chargeable like these other guys were. Read on.
And had taken of them bread and wine.
So he says, what he's saying is, on top of that salary, they're getting kickbacks on bread, wine. This seems like you're walking like, what was that guy in Godfather 1? Fanconi or Fancini? Who was that guy that De Niro had to like wipe and kill at? Who was the guy? Like the guy was walking in the white suit. He's walking down the street, taking fruits out, eating apples out, sitting back here eating peaches and stuff, like smiling. And it was Don Fanucci. That's who it was at. These governors are like Don Fanucci out, walking around the city, just taking this and taking clothes, getting 20% off all the damn stores revenue. This is what's happening. This is how the governors acted. Right. He says they had taken the bread and wine. Read on.
Beside 40 shekels of silver.
That's the point. The 40 shekels was what the payment was to be the governor. They were taking kickbacks on top of the 40 shekels. He says these leaders were chargeable. They were taking extra bribes and kickbacks on top of what the government was supposed to give them. Read on.
Yea, even their servants bear rule over the people.
He says that the governor's servants were getting kickbacks too. Because to bear rule over the people, that means the servants were getting rewards and kickbacks too. 10% over here, 5% over here, 15% over here. Listen, Kyle told me in Guatemala, they had crime boss organizations going to all the stores saying, you owe me 10% of your money.
That's extortion.
I know. That's what they were doing.
You just had a mayor that just got assassinated in Mexico because he just mentioned that his city was overrun by cartel extorting the people. He said, I'm tired of our shops and our stores getting extorted by cartels. The next day he died. They killed him. Just for speaking against the extortion.
Done. But this is what he says. He says, I haven't been chargeable, but all these other governors are getting their paycheck and extra. They're getting a piece of the corn. They're getting a piece of the wine, the sheep, everything. And the servants are getting their cut too. The servants of the governor. This is how corrupt everything was in the city.
It's not what you know.
It's who you know. Bro, so let's
rubbing elbows.
God, read on.
But so did not I, because of the fear of the Most High.
Exactly. He said, I fear the Most High. So what good is gaining advantage of these people in these circumstances if the Most High smashes me later? Why don't make the kingdom? I fear the Most High enough not to exploit the people. Read on.
And that preserves the people from having a tyrant in office.
And that's how the respect of the position remains holy and pure. If we operated like this, then even back in the day, there would have been less of a need for Israelites to serve in the high places. Because Israelites served in the high places because they saw a flaw in the leadership from the beginning. So they were justified to be out of order with the Most High because they saw inconsistencies in leadership. So the leadership of the Levites' inconsistencies justified Israel to sin because you were still out of order for going to the high places, but they saw corruption in the leadership, so that it was justified to, I'm going to cut my own damn meat and serve it to the Most High. Well, I'm not going to sit back here and let these corrupt priests of Eli take more portions of the meat than they should be. I just won't go. I'll kill this animal over here, and if anybody wants to join, I'll do it fair to y'all.
But then I just laid a stumbling block in front of that individual.
Now they don't get destroyed for being an individual. Just like Israelites who left the truth because of weakness in the leadership. Now you feed them a justified reason to go left and be an individual. Being an individual is still wrong, but leadership, if they were in better order, you wouldn't have gave them an excuse to.
They would have left on their own.
And then they would have been condemned on their own. Now their blood is on your hands. This is why it's so important that you focus on being selfless when you're young in the truth. So when you get here, you're less apt to be corruptible. be corrupted, be corruptible. Continue, verse 16.
Verse 16. Yea, also I continue in the work of this wall. Neither bought we any land.
We didn't sit back here and get sweetheart deals on land, take advantage of broke, poor people to get some land in the towers of Jerusalem over in the left-hand corner. The escapades down south. You know, this stupid apartment complex. the Benton in the city, the center of the city. This is a fire complex. Let me go get 2 flats over there. He said, I didn't take advantage of the cheap rates that I could have got the land for. He said, I had a lot of opportunities to come up.
Land was cheap, but corn was
Hell yeah!
Corn was high, but the land was
Nobody was living in the city. A real estate investor will say, man, this is the time to buy up all the land.
Yeah.
Let me buy it now, and in 10 years, boy, make my money. I'm going to break it up in parcels.
Yeah.
I'm going to break it up in parcels and make my bread. He said, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I didn't take advantage of any financial opportunity I could have got. Read on.
And all my servants were gathered thither unto the work.
I didn't use my servants to sit back here and be underbosses to me. They came to work to get the job done too. Read on.
Verse 17. Moreover, there were at my table 150 of the Jews and rulers, besides those that came unto us from among the heathen that are about us.
He said, I had 150 people that I had to feed and take care of out of my own dime. He said, I didn't sit back here and take governor's wages or keep my wages in my pocket and force the people to feed these 150 people. Read on.
Now that which was prepared for me daily was 1 ox and 6 choice sheep. Also fowls were prepared for me, and once in 10 days store of all sorts of wine.
So they had to ration that wine. You got wine every 10 days. You better sip on it. 150 people, 150 black men and some wine act. You think it's going to be there for 10 days? You better ration. You better get a glass a night. There's no benefit then. It's just drinking grape juice.
Who been tipping?
One glass? That ain't enough wine for nobody. 150 people? You got a ration for 10 days?
You know that the urge to want to store something to the side is in there.
Oh, hell yeah. I got to get a governor's portion of this wine.
I'm the governor.
Let me get one of these containers for me, man. But he's like, listen, all of this resources were funneling through him. What he's saying is all these resources are funneling through him, and he's not being corrupt and abusive on any level, even though he had opportunity to do so. Read on.
Yet for all this required not I the bread of the governor, because the bondage was heavy upon this people.
He said, I'm not going to sit back here and take this governor's salary and pull from people because the bondage of the people was heavy. He's saying these things to teach the what?
The lesson.
The leaders. Listen, the bondage is heavy. Why are you going to hit him in the head with this bread and corn?
That means
you know everybody's suffering. You know everybody made an all-in move for this wall construction. I had the power to take things, but I didn't do it. This is the lesson for you, princes and leaders. Don't use it as an opportunity to get money. Put yourself last, like I'm trying to show you through my actions. So
I'm saying that's very difficult, especially when all the resources are in front of you, and you got to turn down those resources for the greater good. And a lot of people don't have it in them. When you get opportunity to see resources come in, to say that doesn't belong to me, that belongs to the Most High. A lot of our people in leadership positions don't have that ability. You know what I'm saying? It's too much of an itch or a lust to say, you know what, let me not go for myself, but let me take these resources that are coming in abundance, and let me convert that back to the church. Let me convert that back to the people.
Brother, and this is about the things written aforetime and written for our learning. This is how it's supposed to be done. And you don't think Paul read this? You don't think Paul patterned of what he's doing off of his actions and Christ's actions and men like that? Read verse. He says, yet for all this, read that part. It's in 18, the middle of it.
Yet for all this required not I the bread of the governor, because the bondage was heavy upon this people. Think upon me my power for good, according to all that I have done for this people.
He's asking the Most High to think upon him based upon the good he did to the poor. That's what he's saying. He's like, think upon me for good because of the good and considerations and sacrifices I made for the poor. Because that's how he's going to judge us, is how we deal with the poor, the weak, the sick, the broken down. This is how we're going to be judged. And like we read in Deuteronomy, there's always going to be a poor, needy person. And how we deal with them is how we're going to be judged by the Most High. With that, we're going to let class go. Okay? We'll be back on Monday. And we finished chapter 5. We'll go from there. Tawada, tune in. Tune in. Shalom.
Shalom.